All right, welcome in everyone. I hope you are all having a good day so far. I'm having a good day because the air quality finally cleared out enough that I could open my window last night. So I woke up to nice fresh air in my room for the first time in like a week. It was lovely. Anyways, we are playing More of Our Life today. We should be finishing it today because we're pretty close to the end. I don't know exactly how much is left. So it could be a short stream. I don't know. We'll find out. But yeah, finishing up today, which I'm both excited about and also kind of sad because I love this game so much. So it's kind of sad to end it, but I'm also excited. So yeah, let's just dive right in and get started. As always, that was loud. Anyways, as always, feel free to chat, feel free to lurk, feel free to let me know if the audio is weird at all. I also still have my window open, so hopefully there's not any weird background noise. It should be fine though. But yeah, let's get started. Let's also see if my reading brain has woken up yet. Probably not, being it always takes my tongue a while to warm up, but we'll see. Okay. Moths bounced against your window, attracted by the light of your room. A siren call in the slowly darkening sky. Just as the day was coming to an end, so would summer. I need to turn down the volume in my headphones. There we go. I feel like I'm yelling in my ear. I'm not yelling on stream, I don't think. It just, my headphones were too loud. There we go. Okay. Liz would be moving back into the dorms before long. Luckily, Lee had been able to come stay for a short trip before her new journey began. I can read. I am so skilled at reading. Oh, it's okay. I just woke up. Okay, I woke up like 4 hours ago, but that's beside the point. She had officially been accepted to her first choice college a few weeks ago. This was her last chance to see you all in person. She was just accepted a few weeks before summer ended? Way to keep her guessing till last minute. Anyways, I would hate that. I like time to prepare. I mean, maybe that's normal. It's been a while since I applied to college. But I feel like you found out way earlier than that, but maybe not. Wow, I'm just easily distracted today. This is gonna be fun. You flick through the plans for the next few months, realizing that you didn't even know when you'd next have an opportunity for everyone to be in the same place again. It was hard to think that you'd likely be seeing even less of your cousin going forward, but you were delighted that she was pursuing her dreams. While you were still with each other, your family was going to have dinner together. As ever, the Holdens were tagging along too. We're going to a Chinese restaurant or the tropical place? I'm trying to remember what the tropical place was. Let's go to Chinese. I think I like Chinese. Yeah. It was somewhere your family had always enjoyed going ever since you and Liz were tiny. That long-standing connection made it a fitting location for a final meal out before Liz and Lee set off. Technically, you were getting ready to go out, though your mind was only half on the task. It was a pleasantly warm evening, the kind that epitomized the vacation feeling, and you were in no mood to spoil it by rushing around. And now the neighborhood dogs are barking. I might need to close my window. I don't think my microphone picks up anything, but I hear it. Okay, one moment. I'm gonna go close my window. It's distracting me. BRB. Oh yeah, and I finally got... That's what I was afraid of. I got the BRB sign on this... Oopsies. On this screen, but you can't actually see it because it's the same color as the background. So it's basically pointless. Okay, never mind. Be right back. No, I did hit the wrong source to make visible. Okay. That's better. I feel bad about closing out the fresh air, but the barking and noises were being distracting to me. Okay, I read that. It was strange to think that summer was coming to an end, yet you wouldn't be returning to school. That pattern had been in place for as long as you could remember, and I'd come to feel like a natural rhythm, and inescapable as the coming of the tide. I do kind of wish I had changed my choices for that one. It feels weird not going to school. Because that's what I did. I went straight from high school to uni. But that's okay. This was the first time that you were going to be able to set your own tune. Whatever came next was entirely up to you. You were nervous but ready. Or the future looked bright. Those are both valid. Let's go with nervous but ready. Breaking from the structure of the old routine was scary. You could admit that. Yet you didn't want to be a child forever. You're going to hold your head high and face the future. Mom called up from downstairs, tearing you from your thoughts as she told you it was time to head off. You raced downstairs, looking forward to the evening. Everyone piled into the car. While it was marketed as being suitable to hold 5 people, in practice it made for a very tight fit. Your mom sitting in the front were fine. You, Liz, and Lee were squished into the back. Lee in the middle, wedged between you and your sister. But Mom was an excellent timekeeper. Thanks to her efforts, you pulled up near the restaurant on time. The process of getting out the car was slightly easier than squeezing into it, with much less coordination required to release seatbelts than to secure them. So true. You gave Lee a hand as she clambered out from the middle seat, then headed into the building as a group. A waiter greeted you as you entered. Ma let them know how many of you there would be in total, and he went to arrange a table that met your needs. He returned promptly to guide you to your seats. You perched comfortably in your chair, your head held aloft as if buoyed by today's good fortune. Your family settled down around you, all cheerful and looking forward to the evening ahead. Your drinks order had just been taken when the Holdens came through the door. They were pointed in your direction, though with Ma waving an arm in the air was hardly necessary. Cove and Mr. Holden came to join you at the table. As greetings were being exchanged, Cove took a seat opposite to you. It had been left empty by unspoken acknowledgement that you and Cove would be wanting to sit together. Mr. Holden sat beside him.
Hi!
It's great to see you. Glad you can make it. Hello, everyone. You wouldn't believe how hungry I am. Knowing your son, I actually could believe it.
I see.
You came to the right place, then. There was some laughter, though Liz groaned playfully, shaking her head at Mom's sense of humor. Growing up, she'd have complained, and Mom would have responded by making another comment. Liz had mellowed over the years, but she still had a show of despairing at Mom's jokes. Her reaction to them had become a joke in its own right. Menus were soon passed around, and a temporary hush fell over the table as everyone read. It didn't last long, punctured by comments about what people had eaten here before and light chatter about what people were considering tonight. Once the waiter had disappeared with your orders, Cliff piped up.
Okay.
So I've got some good news. Kira's making a trip out here tomorrow. Ooh, that's fun. Cove nodded, turning from his father to the rest of the table. Yeah, we talked about it and figured this was a good time for everyone.
Very nice.
Everyone reacted positively to the news, though Ma looked wistful.
That's a shame.
If only we'd known. Here we are having a big meal without her. If we'd waited one more day, she could have joined us. Mom patted Ma on the back, gently nudging her from the realm of possibilities and what-ifs back to the evening that was going so well. Chin up. Liz and Lee will still be here tomorrow. We'll just have to throw another get-together and keep the fun train chugging along. Ma smiled warmly, taking Mom's hand in hers. That's true. There's plenty to celebrate right now, but there will be more good news and good times on the horizon.
Right.
And speaking of that, that's not all we've got either. Mr. Holden's eyes were alight as he sat up straight in his chair, face angled towards the sun. I can't read. He barely let a beat go by before nudging Cove with his elbow, pushing him to follow up on the announcement. He was the picture of a proud papa. Aww. Cove shied? I don't know that I've ever actually heard that word spoken. Anyways. From the limelight, ducking his head down and staring at his lap as he spoke.
Well,
it's just, I've switched over to working full-time instead of only part-time. Plus, I've been looking at apartments. There's a few I could choose from. Look at Cove, growing up being a big boy. Got a full-time job, looking at apartments. He flicked his gaze up at everyone around the table, a smile creeping over his face. I'll be pretty busy going forward. Apartments. He was moving. Cove was going to move out of his dad's house. After 10 years, he wasn't going to be your neighbor anymore. That is a bit less convenient. Mr. Holden gripped one of Cove's shoulders and gave it a loving shake. His excitement couldn't be contained. Oh, look at that face. He's so cute. Incredible. Cove's actually going to make it to adulthood. It's a miracle. Mr. Holden leaned back in his chair, staring up at the ceiling in mock wonder.
I'm so glad.
I wasn't convinced I'd be able to rear a kid all the way to this point, but thankfully I looked out and got the best boy a dad could ask for. Dad? Cove blinked his vision. Cove blinkered his vision with his hand on the side of his face, temporarily blocking his father from sight. Hey Gonzalo, welcome in. How ya doing? I hope you are having a good day so far. Despite his genuine bashfulness, which left him unable to meet anyone's eyes after all the attention thrust his way, he was happy.
Thanks.
I was really lucky too. You're a good dad.
Aw,
come here. Mr. Holder threw an arm around Cove's neck, pulling him into as close of a hug as the seating allowed. This is a hard question, but who's your favorite character in this visual novel? Oh, that's easy. It's obviously Cove. I love Cove. He's amazing. And look at me, so cute. But yeah, no, I adore Cove. That's a very, very easy question. I mean, to be honest, there aren't that many characters in this visual novel either. But yeah, I love Cove. Okay. He rubbed his cheek on the top of his son's head while Cove chuckled, accepting the affection with good humor. You looked around at the faces of the company here. You'd been on this journey with everyone here for years, seen them falter and grow, and they had watched you go through the same. We gotta protect Cove, yes. We must protect Cove. He is a sweet boy and must be protected. Now you're striking out on a new path. Cove was leaving his family home, Liz was heading back to college, while Lee was starting at hers. You were all heading in different directions to different destinations, some near and some far, but it wouldn't be long until you were all going your own way. It was bittersweet. Like, yes, you're proud of everyone, but it's still bittersweet. You turned your head to the side, wistful, not wanting to spoil the evening with your troubles. You were glad that everyone was succeeding, but the idea of splitting up gave you a twinge of regret. These people have been key pillars in your life. Days ahead without them, no matter how bright and shiny, felt a little empty, like a theme park after closing time. But you focus your mind on the sweet side. New adventures were still ahead, and you can encourage that optimism. Cove brought some attention to himself with a clearing of his throat and a small interjection. I'm gonna stretch my legs, we're waiting for the food and everything.
Sure.
With a tiny smile, he nodded at his dad, but the lightness of his expression faded when he moved to face you. Wanna come? Yeah? He was attempting to be subtle, but there was obviously something on his mind, something he wanted to talk to you about alone. You watched him with concern as you rose from your seat. Yeah, I'll go. Take care. With those parting words, the two of you walked about the place. He was trying to get as far away from everyone else as possible without actually exiting the building. Okay, that's a choice. Is there a reason why we're not going outside? What did you need to say? He hadn't admitted that was what this was about, but he did need to. Bill started pulling on the hem of his shirt. He turned his head back to face you, but it was an awkward movement. I wanted to talk to you one-on-one about all this. You know, my work, moving. I mean, it was coming before, but now it's pretty much here. Yeah, it's exciting. Cove stopped picking at his shirt. He seemed to respond well to that response. He was relieved you weren't upset about it. Of course I'm not upset about it. I'm glad you think so. But then he looked down and his brows furrowed. You saw his hand shift away from his clothes to instead rub at his arm. Are you looking forward to it? I am. Well, I'm trying to be. He ducked his head further and you saw his face start to redden. Hey, Jerry, welcome in! And I am winning. I'm having lots of fun today, because I love this game. But yeah, welcome in. Hope you're having a good day. He ducked his head further and you saw his face start to redden. But it's scary. What if I mess everything up for me? For us? Aw, sweet baby. You'll do fine. So you're saying you're gonna dress up as the future for Halloween? What? No, you're gonna do great things. You're so nice to me. Cove then turned his head away and wrapped his arms around himself. You felt a sudden chill that definitely wasn't caused by the air conditioner. It's happening, you know, what I talked about earlier this summer. The world isn't gonna keep us together anymore. It's all up to us now. But everything is still gonna be okay, right? We're still gonna be okay? Obviously, Cove. You remembered that night of the Orca fundraiser when you admitted you loved Cove and that you wanted to be with him always. You seemed so confident about it then, but now that you were on the brink... You got mad at him? No, you kept calm. You understood his concern. It was definitely hard to imagine what would happen. However, you didn't let yourself get upset. I'm yours as long as you want me, or yes, Cove, no matter what happens, I want to be with you. Let's go with that one. Yes, Cove, no matter what happens, I want to be with you. You're in love with him. There was no way you're gonna let this fall down the wayside. Cove laughed with a delicate smile on his face. Okay, you win. I want to but I can't read. Focus and read. I can do this. Okay, you win. I want to prepare myself for the horrifying unknown, but you're kind of giving me no choice but to be optimistic here. That's right, I'm forcing optimism on you, Cove. His eyes sparkled with mischief. Oh dear. Strong armor, you know it. That's right. Oh no, I can't believe you're being forced to have hope about life. Or you snickered. Let's play along, that's right. He chuckled again before he continued his train of thought. Thanks for listening to me, June. It helped. He felt pleased that his anxiety had been eased after talking it out. Want to go back to the table? I bet everyone's wondering what we've been up to.
Yeah.
I forgot what we were doing here. That'd probably be good. With magic smiles, you both reclaimed your seats at the table. Both of you felt lighter, and it showed.
Mm-hmm.
You seem happy. What was that? What was that? Yeah, it looked like you were having quite the conversation over there. I see, this is why we should have got outside, because these two are here. They're gonna tease us relentlessly now. It's neighbor stuff, sorry. I used to be your neighbor. He waved off their questions, and you didn't offer any explanations. They still seemed curious, but Kothakov wanted to stay between the two of you and let it drop. Things relaxed, and you took a sip of your drink. Lee idly tapped the table and got your attention. I'm so excited to try this place. I haven't been here in a long time. I hope it's as good as I remember. All the restaurants in the area are pretty top-notch in my humble opinion. We'll see. It was a challenge issued. Liz carried herself like some sort of professional food critic, and Mom snorted. Tough crowd, geez, Liz. Ma giggled and chimed in as well, much to Liz's embarrassment. That's right, Lizzie, geez. Oh, geez, Louise. You shook your head at all the silliness. Why was your family like this? Jeez. Everyone burst out laughing, besides Liz, of course. She smirked. No one could ever accuse your family of being no fun. Night fell soon after everyone finished their meals, and before you knew it, you were standing in the parking lot, saying your goodbyes and packing up the cars to go home. After the last of the chores were done, your families spent some more time together. You then had some extra time and decided to check in with Shiloh? No, we're gonna relax. Now we're just gonna relax on our own. The rest of the night felt like it was going to... Nope, that's not what that says. The rest of the night felt like it was going by in the blink of an eye, and somehow the time came to retire to your room to sleep. You pulled your covers up under your chin and settled down for the night, getting warm and cozy. As your head sank into your pillow and you closed your eyes, your mind drifted back to everything that had happened that day. You could see it all now, behind your eyelids, as though you were experiencing it all over again. And then the image of I can't read. Okay. And then the image of Cove popped into your head, and you smiled softly to yourself. Want to sneak out to his room? We've never done that. He always sneaks over here. Text him to come over. Sure, we'll text him to come over. Take your phone from your bedside table. You lay on your back and held it above your face, typing out a message to Cove. Do you want to come over? You chewed on the end of your finger as you watched the screen, waiting for any signs that he was typing back. If you're being fair, it was a pretty odd time to have a meetup, but even so, you hoped you would. Your heart thumped as your phone finally buzzed, and you stared at his answer on your screen. Okay. A breath of laughter escaped you as you messaged him back. He hadn't even asked why. You sent him a quick thanks back and put your phone away before sitting up in bed, leaning back against your pillows and waiting for him to come over. You could have pre-opened the window for him, but that's fine. The stillness of the night became very obvious to you, and you started to hear the soft noises of your house. Nope. The stillness of the night became very obvious to you, and you started to hear the soft noises your house made when you were all asleep much more clearly. A kind of awkward sentence, but that's fine. Each second seemed to drag on and on. You just wanted Cove to be here already. Finally, you heard those familiar sounds coming from outside, a sort of scratching and then shuffling. Next came the tap on the window. You hopped out of your seat with almost too much energy and rushed to let Cove in. When you arrived, you could see Cove was smiling in at you from the other side of the dark. You slid the window up and stepped back, giving him space to climb through and get down from the ledge. He was in an amusing mismatch of pajamas and sneakers, and Cove chuckled when he saw you looking at his ensemble. Once safely inside, he straightened up and dusted himself off, before looking at you expectantly.
Hey.
What can I do for you? I don't know why that was so cute, but it was. He just shows up in the middle of the night. It's like, what can I do? What do we do? I'll pull him in for a kiss. You clutch the front of his shirt. Nope, that's not what that says. Clutching the front of his shirt, you gently pulled him towards you and met his lips with your own. He kissed you back softly before pulling back too quickly, looking a little flustered. Was that the whole reason? Maybe. He hesitated before whispering the next part, embarrassingly. To kiss me? I'll say it's not the only reason. He gave a small sigh, but it held a great deal of affection. The bed sank under Cove's weight as he sat down, his eyes firmly fixed on the ground. His hands shook where he held them in his lap. He was nervous. I'll stay as long as you want me to. Oh, you're so precious. Really? Yeah, really. How long do you want to stay? Yeah, we'll go. Yeah, we'll go with that. How long do you want to stay?
Well,
to be honest, there aren't a lot of situations where leaving you is what I ever want to do. Aw, that's sweet. I guess only when I annoy you and you need space. Alright, that's fair. He chuckled softly, doubting that would ever happen anytime soon. Okay, you don't have to go anywhere. His face lit up as he settled in even more. It won't have been the first time try again. It won't have been the first time I've slept in your room. You snickered, feeling pleased with your decision to do this. feel like I need an option that's kind of in between these two. Like the option is like you can take either one, but we'll go with okay, but there's no way I'm letting you take the floor this time. Here we go again. You rolled your eyes and let out a soft laugh, which Cove returned as he rubbed the back of his neck. I mean, we could try the sharing again. It didn't work very well last time. Or we could just let him have the bed. Don't really want. We'll offer the share idea. I mean, if he ends up not wanting to, then we'll just stop. His eyebrows dipped. He was growing visibly nervous. It was to be expected. But after what happened last time, you'd been waiting for another chance. You hoped he felt the same, and it seemed he did.
Yeah.
Yeah, this time we can share. You'll really stay? You won't leave to be on the floor? He nodded, holding back your delight. You tried not to grin at his sudden result. Aw, it's so cute. We're gonna share the bed. Aw, he's so nervous, but he's trying so hard. You got this, buddy. You can do it. You could hear the tremble in Cove's voice as he held his hands together to keep them from shaking. He let out a breath and shook his hands in front of him, mentally preparing himself. It's gonna be alright. His mouth set into a grim line, and he balled his hands into fists at his side, determined. You're glad he was making the effort, or you stayed calm? I mean, you do both. You stay calm while being glad that he was making the effort, but we'll go with you were glad he was making the effort. It was an important step in your relationship, and he seemed to understand that. It only took a couple of moments longer before he turned to you, attempting a weak smile. Ready? Yes, let's get in there. You took another deep breath and you slipped under the covers, making room for him to get in after you. Laying as straight as a steel rod, Cove tensed up beside you. So still he was barely breathing at all. Okay, Cove buddy, you need to breathe. Just relax. Everything is fine. You rested on your side and faced him, your eyebrows pinched in the middle as you watched him. He looked back at you deeply. Do you need more time? I can leave until you're more set up here. No, please don't go. I just want you to stay with me. Ever so slowly, he began to relax, his fingers tentatively brushing up and down your arm. His eyes shut, lashes fanning out over the top of his cheeks, and you still half expect him to run away like the last time. But he didn't. He stayed right where he was.
Don't worry about it.
You don't have to worry about me. Doing stuff like this isn't a problem. It's a process. That is a good line. This isn't a problem, it's a process. Exactly. Just take it one step at a time, and you'll get through it. You nodded in understanding, even though he couldn't see it, giving him time to let his nerves settle. After fluffing up your pillow and getting yourself comfy, you stayed quiet. Eventually, his shoulders became less rigid. When his eyes opened, he smiled and turned his head towards you. Thank you for waiting, again, as always. He laughed shyly, his soft eyes meeting yours through the dim light.
Are you okay?
Aw, of course I'm okay. Are you okay? I'll always wait for you, Cove. He squeezed your arm a little tighter, his lips curving into a smile as he looked at you in awe. He shuffled closer. I can talk. He shuffled closer, an inch at a time, before nuzzling into your neck and wrapping his arms around your side. Hmm. Okay, here's the tricky question. Do we wrap our arms around him, or do we give him a little more time to get comfortable before we do that? Nah, we'll wrap your arms around him. Yeah. Your fingers gently brushed up and down his back as you held him close. The room grew quiet around you. I don't know why I struggled to say that. And the only sound to be heard were the faraway crash of the ocean waves and your breath mingling in the small space between you. Cove's heart was pounding, the thump of it rumbling through you as he spoke again softly.
That's...
You know, I'm not scared of you, right? It's just so many other things that scare me. I'm afraid of what if hypotheticals that aren't actually real, but I think about anyways. And the nebulous concepts of what things mean that I can barely explain even to myself. You are using some big words right now, but I get it. I'm scared of my own feelings and how much I feel them. And I'm afraid because tomorrow things will be different between us, but I'll be alone again. He held on to you tighter, his breath shuddering ever so slightly. It's normal right now to see you during the day and part ways at night, except for special exceptions. A little laugh escaped him before his tone became serious once more. It's easier to stay where I am than it is to make myself move, to not take a risk, and to not know what I might be missing. But he hesitated, and you reached up to brush a few strands of hair from his face gently, his eyes slowly fixing on yours. When did doing the easy thing get so hard? When it comes to you, I don't know how to stay still. I want to keep taking steps forward. Aww. Honestly, when I see your face or even imagine it, I want to start sprinting. But when I try, I hit a wall. It's just like I physically can't do it on one side of my mind. There's something blocking me. And then on the other side, I absolutely can't stop myself from doing it. It never ends well.
I'm always like this.
I hate it. God, it's the most frustrating thing. Why do I do it every time? I'm annoyed with the way I am, so I have no idea how you stand it. I'm sorry I act so split when it comes to romantic things. I do not want you to think you're rushing me when I know I'm giving mixed signals. I don't want to miss out on being happy by being like this, but sometimes I still can't help it. So basically, what I'm trying to say is that I'm glad you've never given up on me. It means a lot. It means everything to me. Aww. You don't give up on me either. That's a good one. You've been there whenever I've really needed it. I don't know, it's who you are and I accept you. I kind of like that one, but at the same time, you don't want to say it's like, oh yeah, I like you or I don't change. That's not what it means. You smile in understanding. That's a good one too. So many good options. You know, let's do it. It's who you are, and I accept you. His eyes glossed over a little as he squeezed you closer to him and smiled, his heart rate finally relaxing to a normal rhythm.
Good night.
Good night. He leaned forward and kissed you tenderly, his hand gently moving to cradle the back of your head.
I love you.
Oh, I love you too. You were still smiling as you snuggled into him, getting as close as you could. Cocooned in his warmth, you easily grew comfortable next to him, feeling him ease into you as well. Before long, your eyes were growing heavy, and you drifted off in a restful sleep side by side. The next morning, you woke slowly from a comfortable dream. With a small stretch, you opened your eyes fully to the sun shining in through the window. Shuffling on your side, you noticed Cove still beside you in the bed, sleeping soundly. Oh, that's so cute. His arms continued to be draped around you loosely as you snoozed. You must have fallen asleep that way. You smiled, remembering the prior night. It had been nice to spend the night together, getting to be with him in a whole different way. You could definitely get used to it. I quietly watched him sleep. He looked so peaceful and happy you couldn't bear to wake him. With your elbow bent and your head propped up by a hand, your gaze rested over him for a while longer. His eyes fluttered open softly. His eyes fluttered open softly before widening in surprise at the sight of you. As his memories caught up with him, he gave you a bashful smile. Morning. Good morning. Why quiet? Look at his cute little bashful face. He's so adorable. You snuggled against him and smiled softly, making the most of your time together while he nuzzled your hair with his cheek. His breath rested on your skin as he sighed happily, and you tightened your arms around him. Cove, when you tilted your head to meet his eyes, he grinned at you and gently brushed the tip of his nose against yours. I guess we should get up? You sound reluctant, and if you were being honest with yourself, you were too. I mean, it's summer. Do we need to get up? Is there any reason we have to get out of bed? These are the questions that must be answered. It would have been nice to have more time together, just relaxing and hanging out. 5 more minutes. Or he latched onto him so he wouldn't leave. Let's go with 5 more minutes. Cove smirked and gave you an affectionate look. We have to. My mom is coming today, remember? I have to start getting ready. Oh yeah, I forgot his mom was coming over. Fine, we'll get up. You grumbled in reply, but relented nonetheless. Cove shook his head at you with a small smile. You both pulled yourselves up and started shuffling around the room. Cove stretches long limbs out. Why can't thou read? Cove stretches long limbs out and yawned before ruffling his fingers through his green hair. You watched him fondly until your eyes met, and he looked away quickly, hiding a blush. So that was fun. I can't believe I slept here the whole night. Yeah, me neither. I'm glad you did, though.
Me too.
With a last shared smile, the two of you headed out of your room and down the stairs, laughing and chatting casually about your plans for the day. What are we gonna say if someone else in the house finds us? It was like you had lived there the whole time, or as if waking up together were as regular an occurrence as anything. Cove snuck his hand into yours, giving it a soft squeeze and make you feel all warm. As you hit the foot of the stairs, you froze, finding 4 different pairs of eyes staring over at the two of you in various states of amusement and shock. Your family was already up. Yeah, I was gonna say, it's kind of risky walking downstairs when there are other people in the house. Not that any of them are gonna mind, but it took a moment for anyone to speak, but soon enough a chorus of greetings drifted over. You scan the place to find your moms, Liz, and Lee all together around the kitchen and living room. Hi, good morning. I got here, earlier. Oh yeah, I bet you did. Liz snorted with undisguised laughter, making Lee giggle along with her. I've been out here for quite a while and never saw you come through.
Well...
A blush spread across Cove's cheek, and pink tinge, the pink tinge setting on the tip of his nose. You're also still in your pajamas. You don't usually walk around town during the day in those, do you? Mom let out a little laugh of her own, and you gave her a look, to which she responded by clamping her mouth shut. Cove looked down at his outfit, and his shoulders slumped in defeat as he hung his head to hide his red face. You know, I always guessed you had been sneaking in, Cove, but could never quite prove it. Mom nodded in agreement, nudging Ma's shoulder playfully as she headed over to stand beside her. That's something I wouldn't have bet against. Liz tutted at the two of them and shook her head. You've definitely gotten too comfortable with their sneaky revelry.
Very nice.
You still did good. You never got caught before you turned 18. That is kind of impressive, honestly. Lee smiled from where she sat at the kitchen table, waving a dismissive hand in the air. Surely you can't be punished too hard for it now. I'm not so sure about that. Jun still lives at home, and I very much doubt that this is the first time he has let Cove in like this. Ma crossed her arms over her chest, giving both you and Cove a serious look.
Now,
We may have to we may have to have retroactive punishments for all that. You know, that's really not necessary. Oh, Cove. I'm sorry, it's not Jun's fault. Relax, buddy. We're both innocent, or yeah, we did it and we do it again. Or it's my fault on Cove's. You know, we might as well just own up for it. Own up to it at this point. They all know. Yeah, we did it, and we do it again. You crossed your arms, remaining unrepentant. Cove sucked a deep breath from beside you. At that moment, your moms both burst out into laughter, receiving amused looks from both Liz and Lee. Well, you and Cove simply stood there dumbstruck.
don't worry about it.
We're merciful, don't worry. That's true. You did indeed get away with it, and we're not going to make the little bit of summer you have left miserable over a bedtime rule breaking now. Besides, you're in good company. We're almost certain Lizzie spent many nights sneaking the old home phone into her room and staying up till dawn. At least you were in your own rooms.
Rude.
Excuse me, that's conjecture. They exchanged smiles before Ma turned to you again with a firmer expression.
Goodness.
They were in their rooms, but I do worry about you coming in that way, Cove. It's dangerous. Especially because he's likely quite distracted. Excited by thoughts of reuniting with Jun while climbing around in the dark. Okay, you didn't need to phrase it that way. Mom joked, and they all burst out laughing once more, keeping Cove fully embarrassed. Cove leaned in close to you and whispered quietly, a look of guilt tilting over his features. I'm sorry, Jun. Don't worry about it. A knock at the front door caught your attention, and you followed several steps behind Mom as she went to answer it. Mr. Holden and Kira were standing together. Morning.
Hello.
Hi there. Surprised at the sight, Mom paused a moment and then she pulled Kira into a hug. Meanwhile, Cove went through a process. That's a great sentence. And yeah, I'm sure. Meanwhile, Cove went through a process. Shock and excitement over her arrival rolled right into the awkward realization that he had missed her showing up at his house by being at yours. In his pajamas. It's been too long. I know, time's been flying. Kira's gaze slid over to you and then to Cove. Her eyes sparkled with mischief and her mouth curled into a smirk. Oh boy, she's gonna give us a hard time too.
Cove.
And it's so good to see my son, finally. Hello to you, June. Continuing on his ride of emotions, Cove's face slowly reddened. He couldn't quite meet anyone's eye, so he kept looking at his own feet.
Sorry.
Oh, he keeps saying sorry. It's okay. Sorry, Mom. Oh, it's not like anyone's surprised. I'm sorry too. We'll say I'm sorry too. It was technically my fault this time. You blurted the words out so fast that Kira started laughing. You could feel everyone's gaze on you, and your face started burning.
It's all right.
Kira gave his back a few reassuring pats, but Ko's face seemed to get even redder. She grinned. My not-so-little mister is spreading his wings. I can't complain about that. Mom immediately brought a hand to her face to hide her mouth, but a giggle still escaped. People looked at her confused, and then she laughed again louder.
Huh.
It's just a really fitting phrase considering Ko's current attire. Okay, that is kind of funny. She pointed at the feathery wing-like decal around the collar of Ko's pajama shirt. Oh, everyone turned their attention to Cove. He even looked down at his own clothes over the realization. That's so true, I didn't even notice. All the parents burst into continued laughter. Cove was clearly not as amused. You flashed him a smile and he visibly perked up. It's really nice to be back. Enough of standing around out here. Blah blah. Enough of standing around out there. Come on in. Mom moved aside to usher the group in and guided them to the living room. Before anyone could get settled in, Mom spoke up. You're all welcome to stay for breakfast. We sell some great spices and stuff from the farmer's market.
Of course.
Yes, we'd be thrilled to host you. There were eager nods from Mr. Holden and Kira, but Cove looked around the room filled with familiar faces before speaking up. Oh, that's a great idea. Maybe instead of staying here, why don't we go to the beach? Yes, to the beach. A scenic picnic, eh? Mr. Holden crossed his arms and contemplated the idea happily. Excited, Kira clapped her hands together. A breakfast picnic. That's different, but I like it.
Yeah.
I guess I've kind of done that. Go to the bakery while you're at the beach, and then go to the beach and drink your... I almost said drink your donut and eat your coffee. Drink your coffee and eat your donut. That does sound lovely. Oh, we could really make a day out of it. Might as well enjoy the ocean while we can. Oh, I want to go to the beach. But I can't for a while still. That sounds lovely, Cove. Everyone else put in their own agreement with Cove's suggestion. Before long, both families dispersed, getting everything ready. Sandwiches had to be made. Water, sunscreen, towels, and more needed to be gathered and packed. Plus, you and Cove both took some time to get dressed for the day. An hour later, both your family and Cove's were walking down the old path to the beach. The morning was already turning into a bright, beautiful day. You honestly couldn't ask for better weather for a beach trip. Oh, that looks so nice. So pretty. Okay. The moment you laid your eyes on the full view of the ocean, you stopped and stood there mesmerized. It didn't matter that you grew up there, the sight always filled you with wonder. Hey June?
So?
I was thinking about calling Terry and Miranda. See if they can come too? Everyone else is pretty much already here, so would your family mind? That'd be cool, I'll ask them. You're already so excited about the prospect of seeing your friends today that you immediately darted away in the direction your moms went. Behind you, you could hear the familiar sound of Cove laughing. I have a question. Would it be alright if Tara and Miranda came by? I don't see why not. Mal looked to Mom to see what she thought, and she nodded in agreement. Mom then shot a glance over at Mr. Holden and Kira, knowing that they had likely heard everything.
You alright with that?
The more the merrier.
Okay.
Of course, they're welcome with me. Thanks. Delighted, you nodded and turned on your heels. Cove was still several feet away, talking to Leah and Liz, likely about the same topic. With a beaming smile, you gave him a thumbs up, and the two of them must have also approved, as Cove quickly got his phone out and started making the calls. At that, you turned your attention to helping with the picnic setup. Unexpectedly, your phone started vibrating. You dug it out, curious to see the caller ID. Feeling your heart jump with excitement, you answered the video call request. It was Derek. Hey, it's been a while. Oh, look at him. He's all grown up now. Nice. Seriously, bud, what's up? The voice that came through was much deeper than it had been when you first met, but it still had the exact same amount of enthusiasm as a kid. Have you been enjoying these crazy summer days? Yeah, I have. Awesome, you'll have to catch me up on that. But what about you? How's your summer been? You were beyond curious to know what Derek had been up to since the last time you spoke. He chuckled, noticing your invested tone. Honestly, I've just been slammed with stuff lately. College applications and scholarship inquiries. What else is new? I wish you nothing but good luck. I'll just go with that one. I wish you nothing but good luck. I'm gonna need it. I kinda doubt that. He chuckled. You could hear a small smile when he spoke. Yeah? Yeah, of course. You've worked really hard. Well, it's true. Thanks. His cheerful tone elicited a chuckle out of you. What about your family? Are your brothers being good? My little brothers are little bunks, but I guess they're doing alright. You both laughed at that. Mom and Dad are fine. That's great. My moms are too. Turn your attention back to your surroundings. You smiled warmly at your family buzzing around. Towels were laid out and chairs and umbrellas were being set up. Actually, I'm out with my moms right now. Liz and Lee are here visiting too. Oh, that's fun. But if that's the deal, I'll let you get back to it. Are you sure? I don't mind. I'm sure. I'm not about to lose your number. Okay, bye. Bye, June. Have a heck of a day. Hanging up, the conversation left you energized and good spirits. It was exactly what you needed to make this day even better. You hurried over to your mom's and helped put the rest of the food out. In moments, you noticed Cove at your side. So, what do they say? They're gonna come. Cool, thanks for calling them.
No problem.
I'm glad I thought of it. They'll meet us here later today. Shouldn't be too long. I can't wait. Once the setup was done, everyone got comfortable and dug into the food. You couldn't remember the last time breakfast tasted this good, but you attribute it to the gorgeous ocean view and soothing sea breeze. That's kind of impressive, because if you ask me, breakfast almost always tastes good. I love breakfast. Breakfast is probably the best meal of the day. You just get up, have tasty food. It's great. I'm also just like the biggest morning person ever, so that probably helps. The conversation shifted to what you all would do next.
In that case,
We could do a few rounds of volleyball. There's plenty of us now.
is that all right?
Could I play? Of course. Miranda brightened, delighted with this plan. Ma looked around to see if there were any other takers. I don't feel like playing. I'd have to change, but it'd be fun to watch. I could be the ref. My eyes won't miss a thing. Volleyball's a good idea, but there should probably be something happening for those who aren't a fan. Ooh, I have some crafting supplies we could use to make jewelry. We could even use stuff we find around the beach to accentuate them.
Really?
Just carrying around craft supplies with you? I mean, that's cool, but random. What? Really? I want to make a necklace.
That'd be great.
That's what that says. I'd be interested in trying my hands at that too. Sentence. I used to make jewelry when I was younger. That was one of those like random childhood hobbies I had. I haven't done it in ages. It's fun though. I could do that. Nice. I feel like no one's playing volleyball at this point. Now I kind of feel bad because people want to play volleyball, but I don't think they have enough people, but I want to make jewelry. Nope, that's not what that says. Already you're imagining various designs you could make depending on what Lee let you use. Your cousin shot you a thumbs up, clearly happy with your decision. Kira got up from the towel she was sitting on. She brushed some sand off her legs and then stretched her arms over her head.
Can do.
I'm up for a few rounds. Well, since there's still a free spot, I'll throw my hat in the ring. The things I do for family.
Thank you.
Thank you, Liz. I'd love that. Okay, good. They got enough people. Liz got up from where she was sitting, and you could tell by her expression that she was already determined to win. You laughed to yourself, curious on how that game would turn out. Now that plans were settled, the group temporarily split into two. Okay, let me pop back to the house to get my supplies. Okay, the supplies are at the house. That makes a little more sense. Is there something we should do? Yes, you can start clearing out the towels for us to work at. And if you want, look around for some good stuff to use.
I'm on it.
While Lee ran back to the house, the group did just as she suggested. By the time she returned, everyone had their craft area ready to work at. Why can't they talk? Lee sat down on one of the towels and looked up at everyone eagerly. She held up two necklace options. I hope you've all been thinking about what you want to make. I have for everyone a choice of either a chain or a threaded rope. How do I pick? All I know is that I want to put some sea glass chunks on it. That would be cool. There's no rush. I'll leave the strands here and you can decorate it however you want later. I think I'll keep the classic and only worry about finding a decent shell. Yeah, I'm planning on doing shells too. Driftwood, that's a good one. Just wait and see. I don't have a plan. I might do that because like it kind of depends. Like you don't want to commit to one because what if like you plan to do shells but then you see a pretty rock? Yeah, I'll just wait and see. I don't have a plan. I mean, I'm normally all for plans, but in this case, it kind of depends on what you have available. Cove crossed his arms and chewed at the inside of his cheek. You weren't the only one that noticed. What's wrong, Cove? I'm not sure what to use. I mean, ideally I'd want a shark tooth, but what are the chances I would ever find one of those? Mom smiled. You both looked at him sympathetically.
Sorry.
The rare downside of not having a shark The rare downside of not having a shark-filled coast. That would make for a really nice necklace, though. Shark tooth necklaces are really cool. I've had a few of them in my time. They're quite cool.
I know.
At Cove's pouting, Mom gave him a little bump on the shoulder with her fist. Well, don't lose all hope. You never know. You might end up really lucky. Cove laughed. It cheered him up even though he wasn't really convinced. After that, the little crafting club busily went to work on their pieces. Whatever they decided on using was attached in loops. Wow, let me try reading that again. Whatever they decided on using was attached in loops that were then slid onto their necklace base. Terry was immensely proud of herself when she was done. Hers was simple but gorgeous because of the striking piece of sea glass she painstakingly searched for and found. Cove ended up using driftwood of varying lengths to design his necklace. Despite not finding any shark teeth, he still looked pretty pleased. Mom decided on a medium-sized purple ring top shell that was a centerpiece of hers, and Lee went with a few small Simna shells? Don't know if I know what those are. They both put their necklaces on soon after finishing them. Okay, now I'm curious. I need to Google to see what that shell is. Because I am curious. Okay. It is that, like, it looks like it is that kind of, like, classic shiny round shell. That's what I assumed it was. I just didn't know what those were actually called. So I probably mispronounced it too, but whatever. It's fine. Okay. I read that. After combing the beach several times, you found just what you were looking for. It took a bit, but you managed to make a necklace you were satisfied with. It mostly had shells, which makes sense. That's what you would find most of. Your group of crafters would also cheer for the volleyball players whenever shouts could be heard coming out of the court. On top of that, you all would hold up let's actually read the sentence instead of getting distracted halfway through. On top of that, you would all hold up each newly made piece in the air, and the players would take a breath to applaud the creation. You really enjoyed searching the beach, trading supplies, and watching everyone make their necklaces. The crafting club was definitely a success, and you weren't the only one that had a blast. The afternoon continued to drift by, but the fun was still going strong. Occasionally, someone would head back to the house to use the bathroom, rest away from the sun a while, or to retrieve something that they needed, but they always came back. That is one very nice and convenient thing about having a house near the beach. The beach was never empty, and there was always a new conversation to take part in or another game to join. At one point, Mr. Holden even broke out his pack of cards. He roped the whole group into a few rounds of good old Go Fish. Oh, it's so pretty. Oh, look at this sky and the water. Oh, that looks nice. I want to be there right now. Well, or maybe somewhere similar. I don't know, it feels weird seeing palm trees by a beach because there aren't palm trees at the beaches I normally go to. But besides that, it looks lovely. There was only one thing that could bring this beach day to an end, and that was for the day itself to end. Before anyone realized it, the sun began to set over the sea. As that happened, you were taking a break, sitting on a towel with your legs stretched out past it and your feet buried in the warm sand. Oh, it sounds so nice. You're reading a book. Oh, I'm jelly. I want to sit on the beach reading a book. Or writing a book. One of the two. Shortly, you looked up to see your moms approaching. They stopped in front of you and you smiled. Hey there, kiddo.
How are you?
I'm doing really good. How about you? We're wonderful. They both sat down, squishing you between them. Ma leaned her head against yours, and Mom started rubbing your back soothingly. Nothing more was said at first, but Ma sighed contentedly. Mom looked at you wistfully. We're both really proud of you, June. For what?
True.
I'm just sitting here. Oh, you grew up to be more than we ever could have hoped. We'll go with this one. Thank you. You were touched by their words, and your voice came out in a whisper. Mom chuckled and lightly brushed a bit of your hair.
Thank you.
That's not something you need to thank us for. But still, I wouldn't be here without either of you. Ma wrapped an arm around your middle and squeezed you tightly in a side hug. Glancing at Mom, you saw how teary-eyed she became. She sniffled. You stayed there quietly and contentedly, watching the sunset with your parents for a while. Until Mr. Holden called out to you. He was still walking in your direction. We were talking and thinking we're gonna take a walk down the shore. Any of you want to come? Yes, I want to come. I will never say no to a walk along the shore. Automatically, you looked to your moms for what they were thinking. Mom glanced from you to Ma and smiled. That sounds good to me.
That's fantastic.
Yes, that'd be very nice. My legs need some stretching. Let's go. Thrilled, Mr. Holden threw out a thumbs up and began heading back the way he came in a light jog. Hey, don't leave us in the dust. Cliff kept going forward, but flipped around, walking backwards across the sand so he could face you again.
No worries.
Don't worry, we wouldn't leave without you. Alright, we'll catch up. Ready to go? Uh-huh. Both of your moms held a hand out to you. Chuckling, you gave them each one, and you all strolled back to the rest of the group. When Liz was in reach, Ma used her free hand to pull her into it too. Liz shook her head, but her mouth quirked into a smirk, and she didn't resist. Oh, so pretty. Together as a family, you followed behind the others, hand in hand. Your feet squished into the wet sand as the waves rolled over them. Ugh, I am so overdue for a beach trip. Oh, that sounds lovely. Your feet squished into the wet sand as the waves rolled over them, and you didn't have a single care in the world as more and more stars began to dot the sky. Seriously, that just sounds like paradise. So pretty. Once the sun had long been out of sight, it was finally time to pack up. The closing of the day and the ever-approaching end of summer seemed to intertwine. It caused a quiet, reflective mood to blanket over the group. On the beach, Terry and Miranda took turns compressing Cove in a hug before moving on to do the same to you. You chuckled, still overjoyed that you got to see them today. I'm sorry we have to go already. My parents are here. That's okay. But still, I wish we could help clear this all up. Don't worry about it. Just thanks for coming out today. It was cool having everyone here.
Yep.
That was cute. Yep. I'm super glad we came. Hopefully we can do it again sometime. Nodding, you turned your attention to Terry. She wore a large grin on her face and held a hand out for a low five. You obliged.
See you later.
Take care of yourselves, buddies. After that, they walked away, waving to you and Cove as they went down the shore. Cove waved quietly back with a small smile on his face. I'm just gonna wave. It was a big wave. You hoped Miranda was right, and there would be another day like this soon. Taking you by surprise, Terry jumped and twisted around. She kept up with Miranda by walking backwards. She kept the moodier farewell light by shooting finger guns at you and Cove. Miranda bumped her with a hip, It left everyone with a laugh just before they disappeared down the bend. June,
Come on.
hey Cove, could you come here? Both of your parents were motioning for you. The two of you went over to them. Tons of things ended up at the beach over the course of the day, so there was still so much to pack up. And the parents needed help. With a nod, you got to it, stuffing various things into bags and bundling them up in towels. Once things were ready to go, everyone filled their arms with as much as they could carry. Absolutely no one wanted this to be a back and forth kind of task. The walk back home ended up being mostly quiet. Each person seemed to be feeling the effects of the day. A cool breeze carried you across the sand and onto the road. There was a sigh of relief. Try again. There was a sigh of relief from what felt like the group as a whole when they arrived back to the neighborhood. Well, hello everyone. You glanced to the side and spotted a very recognizable face walking down the road. Hey, it's Baxter. Oh, hi Baxter.
How are you?
Do you need any help with that? It's alright, this is our mess to clean up.
Well,
If you're sure then, I was simply heading home after getting some fresh air. The season is almost over after all. Yeah, Baxter was only a tourist. He wouldn't be in town much longer. You knew that, and so did he. If you have a minute, I'd just like to say it was a pleasure getting to know the both of you this summer. His head tilted towards you, and he smiled warmly. Baxter offered you his hand. Used your free hand for your handshake is. I was gonna say, yeah, aren't our hands kind of full? But we'll shake his hand. And try not to drop anything. It was tough with what you were carrying, but you were able to extend one of your hands a bit. Baxter chuckled and shook it. We'll say I really enjoyed
glad to
meeting you.
hear it.
I do quite like his voice. I do kind of wish I had had more interactions with Baxter, because I didn't really do many of them. So I feel like I don't know him at all. Next time, though. Next run through, we'll do more Baxter stuff. I'll probably buy the DLC, too. Because I haven't done that. But that won't be for a while. Where am I? Okay. I'm delighted to hear that. I enjoy this vacation immensely thanks to you. Baxter turned to shake Cove's hand this time. He was a little less incredulous. That's not what that says. He was a little incredulous for a moment, but then Cove eventually shifted what he was carrying and took Baxter's hand. Yeah, I feel like Baxter could have waited till he put stuff down, but that's fine. It wasn't long, but it was a solid handshake. Baxter was clearly pleased. I wish we had more time together, but it was still a nice ride while it lasted. Would happily do it all over again. Bye, Baxter. Yeah, bye. Baxter nodded and walked a few steps towards his condo. He then stopped and waved.
Goodbye.
Baxter sauntered away. Nope, try again. Baxter sauntered away completely and disappeared inside the condo to return to his own things, his time with you and your family and friends ending. You paused for a moment, staring at where he went. But afterwards, you looked back over at the rest of the group. Leah and Liz were just going inside your house. You couldn't spot Kira or Mr. Holden anywhere, but the door of their house was wide open. Mom approached you with an amused look on her face. Seems like you're holding up. What? Seems like you're holding. I can't read. Seems like you're holding up some Holden things. Yeah, that joke didn't quite work. I get what you were going for, but it didn't quite work. Surprised, you glanced down to take a quick inventory of what you were holding. Mom was right, some of it belonged to the neighbors. Would you mind dropping it off now? Can do, it's not a problem. Thank you very much. Cove took a few steps towards his house and stopped, waiting for you.
Good night.
Good night, Cove. I'll see you inside, June. Night. You caught up to Cove, and together you went over to his house. Walking in the front door, you saw Kira and Mr. Holden busily unpacking already. Things were scattered on counters, and they were moving around each other, putting the items away. They both lifted their heads when Cove closed the front door. Hey. It's nice to see you again already, June. Her teasing tone brought a little smile to your face, brought a light smile to your face. You hefted the stuff in your arms a little closer. I ended up with things of yours from the beach. Oh, thanks for getting that to us. You can put it here on the coffee table. Mr. Holden pointed at the surface he was referring to, and you immediately left what didn't belong to your family there. He put his own things down on the floor just at his feet, wading through everything strewn about to reach his parents. How much stuff did they take to the beach? Putting your family's stuff on the ground for a moment, you dusted your hands off and straightened up. You needed a second of rest and a minute to resituate it all. You went over to where the others were too. Kira opened her arms wide, wanting to hug you. Sure, we'll give her a hug. Happily, you went to her. She held on tightly. Over the years, you were able to form good rapport with her, and you are grateful for that. You could feel in her hug how much Kira had grown to care about you. It brought an affectionate smile to your face. Thank you so much for hanging out with me today. It was a blast. It's no problem. I had fun too. Kira eventually released you, but patted the tops of your shoulders as a final gesture.
Thank you.
Every time I've gotten to come by, it's been an absolute joy. Things really couldn't have worked out better. Mr. Holden took a step closer to you. Kira moved aside to let him say goodbye too. He grinned. Thanks for always being such a friendly neighbor. And not just right now, but for as long as I've known you. I didn't always make it easy, but you and your family are good people. I really, truly appreciate it.
Thanks very much.
Thanks again, June, so much. At that, Mr. Holden reached over and gave you a soft pat on the top of your head. Really glad that you're my neighbor. You're good people too. Let's go with... I'll go with you're good people too. You smiled softly. Mr. Holden looked away for a moment and sniffled. When he met your gaze once more, his mouth pulled into a wide, happy grin. It means a lot to me. Mr. Holden was staring at you, but his gaze seemed far away. Maybe he was looking back at who he used to be, the 8-year-old he had asked to be his son's new friend.
See you.
You smiled softly. Then Cove took a step forward. He gestured to his pile of things. He gestured to his pile of things he had carried into the house.
Don't worry about it.
Don't worry about all that. I'll put stuff away in a few minutes. Right. I need to go do the same with my family. I figured. Cove walked to the door and held it open, taking one last check around to make sure you had all your things. Taking one last check around to make sure you had all your things to bring home. He went into the road. He leaned his body against the door frame, not following you out. So this is it, huh? Actually, that's not what I mean. His expression twisted and he shook it. His expression twisted and he shook his head a bit, like he was trying to banish the pensive thoughts.
Bye.
I'll just say bye. Bye, I'll see you soon. Your mouth pulled into a soft smile, and you weren't sure who you were trying to reassure more. Cove reached forward and gently cupped your face with one hand, his thumb trailing across your cheek Nope, that's not what that says. I can't read. His thumb trailed across your cheek for several heartbeats. Mesmerized by his blue eyes, you stepped forward, delighted to oblige the request he was silently asking. He met you halfway as you smiled into his kiss. It was soft It was soft with longing, and your chest ached knowing that there couldn't be anything more than this, at least for now. One of his hands grabbed onto the door handle and firmly held it. He was stopping himself from coming along with you. Aw, it's so cute. As you walked over to your front door, you stopped. Turning around, you spotted Cove right where you left him. You laughed quietly to yourself. For a small pause, you both stared at each other from across the street. Oh, some of my good choices. I'm gonna run back to hug him goodbye. You put the remaining stuff from the beach down on the step and almost tripped, bolting across the road. The next thing you knew, you were diving into Cove's arms, wrapping your arms around his neck. The force of it all knocked you both loudly into the doorway. But neither of you cared. You both held each other tightly, and you buried your face in the crook of his neck.
Night.
He smelled like salt water and sunscreen, and like home. It was a while until either of you thought to separate. Slowly, you made the trek home and collected what you left on the step. Into your arms again. Things couldn't be dragged out any longer. After one more shared smile, you opened the door and went inside, shutting it behind you. A few steps in, you saw your family gathered in the living room. They were still busy unpacking and cleaning. You added the things you brought to the pile on the kitchen counter. Mom stood up, rubbing her eyes a bit. She yawned loudly. I'm bushed. How about we finish the rest of the chores tomorrow? Yes, honestly, it's too late for this.
Thanks.
Please and thank you. Ma put her hands on her hips and turned to assess the room. Ma was not one who liked to leave a mess about, but she sighed.
All right.
I suppose we can make an exception to the usual rule. It has been a really long day. Liz grinned contentedly. Lee wasted no time in skipping over to you and hooked you into a side hug. Good night. I hope you have the loveliest of dreams. Of you-know-who. We ended that sentence with a wink and a hearty laugh. She let you go. You shook your head. Lee giggled at that. Her grin widened until it was going ear to ear. After a moment, her expression softened. Lee put a hand on your shoulder. Hey, after today, we all deserve a good sleep. Yeah. Here's to us, June. Tonight, tomorrow, and forever. He nodded quietly. Lee smiled softly. She pulled you into another side hug. You stretched your arms high over her head. She yawned loudly and looked at you with tired eyes. I think that's my cue to head to bed. Bye. I think so too. Have fun sharing the room with Liz. She laughed at that, and Lee shuffled off towards the guest bedroom. Before you had a chance to do anything else, you could feel the top of your head being tapped. You spun around to see Liz smirking. Nighty-night. I'm heading to bed too. It's been a long day, and I have a lot to prepare for tomorrow. Exhaling, you automatically started fixing the back of your hair. When Liz didn't immediately walk away, you smiled softly at her. Everything okay? Her gaze moved away, and you knew she had more to say. You waited patiently for Liz to compose her thoughts. It's been a good summer, and it was nice to come back home. You nodded, and Liz gave you a teasing nudge as she went by. Amused, you turned and watched her go. Love you, baby brother. Bye, old sister. We'll just say love you too. Liz stopped walking and stared at you for a moment. She smiled softly at you. Get some sleep soon. Morning will be here faster than you know it. I will. When Liz was outside, Mom started up the next conversation over her shoulder. Aren't you heading up to bed too? want to finish getting everything cleaned up. I want to relax first. I mean, I do kind of want to get everything cleaned up, but we'll go with I want to relax first. Desperately, you need some time to decompress and clear your mind. You worried if you went off to bed now that you would end up staring at the ceiling all night. Okay. Ma came over to you, smiling understandingly. She pulled you into a big hug.
Love you.
Alright, you do what you need to. When you were done hugging Ma, Mom pulled you into another hug. Their actions basically handing you off. Their actions basically handing you off to the other. I cannot read. Their actions basically handing you off to the other had you laughing jovially. Hey, welcome in! It is going very well. It is always a good day when I get to play this game.
I love
Oh
you.
yeah, I'm having fun. Yeah. And I'm more or less able to read this morning, so that's helpful. But yeah, I'm having a good day. We'll just go with I love you too. They both couldn't resist taking turns hugging you again. Your smile widens. It felt good to be so loved. Good night, kiddo. Sleep tight. Good night, sweetie. Night. After that, your mom set it off towards their bedroom down the hall. You're about to turn the other direction when you heard Mom's voice. And don't let the bed bugs bite. You heard Ma chuckling as you watched them go with a smile. Time had passed, but you weren't entirely sure how much. Sighing, you sat up on the couch. It was a good rest, and all your tired muscles felt quite relaxed. You got up, planning on going to bed, when something out of the window Okay, I said I could read, and now I can't. You got up, planning on going to bed, when something out the window caught your eye. Your feet brought you right in front of the large windows spanning the length of the back wall. You stared out into the hills behind your house. As if on cue, your phone came on, alerting you of a new notification. It was Cove. Want to hang out on the hill tonight? Yeah, obviously. Hydrate. Yes, thank you for the hydrate. Actually, I need to grab my second cup. My first cup is empty. There we go. Something inside you... Nope. Something inside told you that this was the right kind of night to take a trip out there. You sent him back a very quick message. I mean, is there ever a wrong kind of night to take a trip out there? Aw, he sent a heart. You went over to the front door and, stepping over the threshold, you gave the living room one last glance over your shoulder. Then you shut the door behind you. Silently, you made your way to the Poppy Hill. With light steps in the dark, you walked across the hills behind your house. Up ahead, at the very top, silhouetted beneath the night sky, was a familiar figure already waiting there. Smiling, you wondered just how he always got there first. You even had the advantage of living closer. Then again, and maybe it was only in your mind, but somehow Cove was intrinsically linked to this place. I mean, it's a nice place. I would want to be intrinsically linked to that place. I mean, look at that view. It's gorgeous. After all these years, it would be weird to scan this horizon and not find him there, as surreal as the shore without a sea. The distance between you was growing shorter by the second. Hearing the grass and earth crunch under your feet, Cove turned. A grin spread over his face as he saw you. You took your place standing beside him on the crest of the Poppy Hill, looking out over the ocean. Same as you'd done on countless times since you'd first arrived, when you'd found him on this very same spot.
June.
He had officially broken the silence, the spell that had held you both in place. You looked at him expectantly. There's something I've always kind of wondered about. He cocked his head, giving you a sidelong glance. What did you think about when we met? I was just a kid you'd never seen before, bawling his eyes out on the hill next to your house. He chuckled, his eyes drifting towards the sea beyond before flicking back to you. The way his gaze pulled back to you made it clear that he was genuinely interested in the topic. Luckily for him, you remembered what initially struck you in that moment. It was as if it had only happened yesterday. Well, I remember noticing your very bright green hair. Cove burst into genuine laughter at your reply. I guess that's fair. It did kind of stand out. Sighing a bit, you continued to reminisce about that first meeting. I also remember feeling bad about what was happening. I remember that too. You ran a hand through his hair, and you knew his line of questioning wasn't at an end, even before he spoke again.
I mean...
Do you remember what you thought about me? You know, as a person. Was I annoying or mean or... let's see, I want to get to know you. That's a good one. I thought you were cute right away. I thought you were special somehow. So I wanted to get to know you. Cove's eyes widened, openly amazed by your response.
Really?
I don't know what I did to deserve that. It's nice of you. Cove's hand drifted to the scar on his arm, his fingers unconsciously gliding over the mark. It was much less noticeable than it had been when the neon pink cast had first come off, shrunken gradually over the years as his body healed, then dwarfed in comparison to his growing body. Still, his fingers came back to it without thinking. He gave a half smile, not meeting your eyes. I feel bad now. The thoughts I had were, well, considering what you were thinking, I came across as a lot worse of a kid. You didn't like me?
No.
No, it definitely wasn't that. Cove lifted his head up, finally committed to meeting your eyes fully once more. I remember you that day. I remember it really well. I don't think I'd ever be able to forget it. I can picture the way you looked back then, when I first saw you standing right here. I still know the expression on your face when you chose to sit with me in the grass. He chuckled self-derisively, interrupting his own monologue. You scared me at first. I figured I'd be alone out there until I had to face my dad again, and then suddenly another kid appeared out of nowhere. It was startling, but I got over that fast. You were a strange person in a strange place, but in that moment, you were exactly what I needed. Somebody I could talk to freely about what was happening and how it made me feel. And you listened to me. You stayed with me. He sighed, then bit his lip as he gave a small smile. I was a little spoiled growing up. Let's just let him continue. He looked off again, seeking clarity for his thoughts in the expanse of the night sky. What I'm trying to say is, when I was younger, I viewed myself basically as the center of the universe. I didn't even imagine it wasn't like that.
I mean...
Things didn't simply happen. That would be weird, according to my little kid brain. It made far more sense that everything in my life had a specific connection to me somehow, right? He sought affirmation in you. Wavy brows raised as he tried to explain his childlike logic. So at the time, you felt almost unreal. Like you weren't just anyone. Some other kid who happened to live in that neighborhood with your own... Try that again. You weren't just anyone. Some other kid who happened to live in that neighborhood with your own whole life that wasn't connected to Cove Holden. No, to me, you were there so that you could find me when I was lost. Oh, that's kind of sweet. I kind of expected it to all vanish like a dream when that night was over. I would wake up and everything would be the same again. I'd be back in my bed at home, my real home, with both my parents. The future was something I couldn't picture anymore. I didn't know what school would be like when I went back, or the table where I'd eat breakfast the next morning, or anything. And if I couldn't imagine it, how could I think it was something actually happening? I couldn't grasp my new reality. It was too big for me to hold all at once. So I never thought I'd see you again. Then Cove beamed at you, his eyes shining brightly. And I never ever would have been able to guess that 10 years later, when I was a grown-up, the two of us would still be together. I guess that makes me your dream come true. That's kind of cute. I don't know. That feels a little almost arrogant, but it's also kind of cute. Or just the simple, I'm so glad I met you. Honestly, I kind of like this. I guess that makes me your dream come true. You'd been joking. Okay, mostly. You've been mostly joking. But Cove nodded in agreement. You are... You exactly are. Oh, that's so cute. But the smile faded from his face as his eyebrows drew together. That was the worst day of my life at the time. The day my family broke apart. It was too heavy for me to even think about. I felt that way for I don't know how long. He held a hand over his heart, connecting with the pain he'd felt as a child, and looked at you earnestly.
It's okay.
But that was never really true. Things have only gotten better with me, and my dad and mom. It was the change we all needed. His eyes were growing misty. So when I remember that time right now, it's not the point that my life was over. It was only the moment that I met the man I love. Oh, that's so precious. When I was crying to a stranger over what I thought I'd lost, I didn't have any idea that he would be the one thing in the world that I actually wouldn't be able to live without. Oh, that is such a good line. Oh, so good. I'm gonna read that again because it's so good. When I was crying to a stranger over what I thought I'd lost, I didn't have any idea that he would be the one thing in the world that I actually wouldn't be able to live without. You could reply to this. I mean, kind of valid. Oh, these are all good answers. I guess we'll go with I never want to lose you. You won't. Let's go with... Honestly, I'm not usually a tear up person, but that was kind of beautiful. So we're gonna go with that you teared up. Cove stroked your cheek, wiping away your tears with the pat of his thumb. It's okay. This is your place to cry too. Aww. Thank you. I'm just happy.
Me too.
Cove sighed contentedly. His voice was as delicate as the petals on the poppies which crowned this hill. Hey June, I'm so grateful you were there, even when I wanted to run away. You didn't even know what to say back to that. His heartfelt appreciation left you speechless. He tilted his head up, thoughts lost in the sparse clouds above. I wonder how late it is. I guess it doesn't really matter. My dad is fine with me being out whenever. You quietly nodded. We don't need to text them right now. I mean, they're probably, like, asleep. It's fine. Mr. Holden was content giving Cove all the freedom he could. Are you going to lay in the grass now? Wow, how'd you know? Lucky guess. With a chuckle, Cove plopped down onto the grass and laid on his back, his usual way of spending time there. You lay down and snuggled against him. You lowered yourself against Cove's side in the grass and wrapped an arm over his chest. Cove smiled at you and used his free hand to cradle your face. The both of you fully settled in to relax on the hill. It felt like just the beginning of one of your nightly outings, but then you realized the sun was peeking out over the horizon. Oh, that's cute. Hopefully there weren't mosquitoes around, though. Not to ruin the moment, but that is one Paul was sleeping outside. Cove spoke up with a disbelieving tone.
Huh.
It really was late. Your neighborhood wasn't Your neighbor wasn't a stranger to being awake at dawn. However, not like this. He was normally an early sleeper, early riser. That's where it's at. Early to bed, early to rise. That's the best way to do it. This unexpected sunrise particularly awed him. The two of you watched on silently as the sun began to light the world. Cove then propped himself up on the back of his arms and looked at you with a soft expression on his face. Do you want to go back home? I mean, no, not really. I could carry you if you're too tired. Okay, maybe. I'd rather stay I'd rather stay a little longer. You couldn't resist a yawn, but you were serious. It couldn't be time to go already. Cove chuckled affectionately and gripped you a little more.
I get it.
Okay, but it's been a long day. We've done a lot of things. Like, really a lot. It has to end sometime. No, it doesn't. We're gonna, yeah, no, doesn't really have to end. Yeah, I don't think there's anything either of us can do about that one, but we can stay if you want to. Ko smiled brightly at you, as warm as the new rays of sun that were tickling your skin. In that moment, you couldn't have appreciated him being there more. Oh dear, so many options here. You know what? We're gonna do it. You earnestly asked him to marry you. Marriage. It was such a big step to take, and yet it seemed so natural. You wanted to be with Cove. You needed him to be yours forever. You'd grown up together, first as friends and now as partners. Cove would stick by you always. The two of you had moments where you spoke about your possible futures. You knew his feelings on marriage. Cove wasn't afraid of that commitment. It would just be formalizing what you're already sure of. Yeah, we'll do that one. Marriage would just be formalizing what you were already sure of. There was no reason not to get it officially settled in your mind. You'd be kidding yourself to pretend having Cove as your husband wasn't what you wanted. You loved Cove. You loved him so much. It was time to stop kidding. Cove? Your voice tensed with building emotions. You couldn't keep this casual. Cove smiled a little, his eyes bright and full of interest. He leaned in closer as he waited to hear what you had to say. Let's just keep it simple. Will you marry me? Simple, to the point. Yeah.
Yes!
That was fast. Oh, you get him. He buried his face in his hands immediately after that outburst. His bangs flopped down and hid the tips of his fingers as he hung his head low. was adorable. Oh, okay, that was easy. You were stunned. Kind of. Or, Oh, I feel like this one's closest to what my actual reaction was. Let's go with it. Oh, okay, that was easy. You laughed in sheer amazement. You hadn't even made a speech or anything, and Cove did need his usual processing time. Cove was still unable to face you directly. He curled in on himself, his back shaking, and you realized he was trembling. Are you crying? Cove's breath hitched and he nodded shakily. Oh, that's so cute. You leaned closer to him and smiled softly at your Cove. Aww. You picked a poppy to offer to Cove? That's really cute. You got on one knee and offered Cove a poppy. Let's do that one. You wanted to get into position for your proposal. You knelt down, nestled within the poppies. Oh, this was like the perfect place to do it too. Oh, so cute. You glanced around for a second and plucked a delicate white poppy. You didn't have a ring yet, so this would have to do. You held the flower out to Cove. Cove? Cove's fingers twitched at the sound of his name. He spread them out, only slightly, peeking back at you adorably. Oh, God. His voice broke on only those two words. Cove's eyes glanced down at the poppy in your grasp. The flower swayed back and forth. Whether it moved from the gentle breeze or the slight shake your hand was anyone's guess. The dawn around you cast golden light on your blue hair and peachy skin. Your gray eyes sparkled, and you hoped he could see the depth of your love for him as you looked up at him from down on one knee. This is actually happening. Cove let his hands fall to his side. All attempts to hide were gone. He was ready to face you and the life you were offering to him. We've always been good friends. It made sense to have you there, for us to keep getting closer. Our relationship's foundation is unbreakable. We play together, laugh together, stay together. I can't even read. From friend to boyfriend and now hopefully to fiance. And closer and closer. Let's do our relationship's foundation is unbreakable. After all these years, it's only gotten better. I found you here crying because your life was about to be different. And now we're here again, and you're crying for the same reason. It just feels right. You make me happier than anyone. Most beautiful person in the world. I mean, these are like all valid. All true. All of these. I think... Let's go with you make me happier than anyone. I may not have a ring, but I'm serious. Cove, I want to marry you. Do you want this too? Yes, June, I do. His voice cracked, but his answer was unmistakable. A drop of dew glittered on the poppy between you. Slowly, he reached for it, and he placed the flower in his outstretched hand with a smile. He held the stem tightly. Of course I want to marry you. I want to be married to you already. I wish you were... I can't talk. I wish you were just my husband right now and we'd be together forever. It's too cute. June, you're the best thing in my life, and I love my life. It's wonderful and amazing. I don't need anything else. I don't want anything else. If I can promise to stay together and never let you go, there's nothing else I could say. Thank you so much for everything. He blinked away tears and tried to wipe them
I
away.
love you.
I want to marry you. Aww. Pushed him down to the grass and kissed him. Oh, that. Yeah. Pushed him down to the grass and kissed him. You couldn't hold back any longer. You launched yourself at him and knocked Cove down on impact. He laid flat on his back, the white poppies swaying around him. His eyes were wide, but he smiled with an expression that was just so utterly Cove. As beautiful as he was, you didn't have the patience to only sit there admiring him. You leaned forward and kissed your fiancé. Cove grinned back from under you and kissed back enthusiastically. He shook his head slightly, doing nothing to dislodge the smile on his face. He pulled you closer to him. Cove, I'm just happy. You felt the same, warm and satisfied. You could stay with him until the end of time itself. The two of you wound up snuggling. Nope, that is what that says. No, it's not what that says. The two of you wound up snuggled up, tucked into the poppies. With Cove's chest as a pillow, you didn't even notice when you started to drift off. The last thing you could make out was the soft rumble of Cove's voice.
See you tomorrow.
Aww. Your eyelids dipped, but you felt good. You were safe and relaxed. Everything that had come before this had reassured you of that. You were confident that when you opened them again, things would be okay. Oh, that was so good. You opened your eyes. Instead of the walls of your room, you were surrounded by open sky. You blinked in the sunlight. You could hear the faint sound of seagulls on the wind. The day welcomed you. You cupped your face with your hands as you sat up, feeling the imprint of the blades of grass leaving lines on your cheek. Hearing your name, you lowered your hands and looked around. There he was, your most influential neighbor, your only love, and your future husband, Cove Holden. Aww, look at him, he's so pretty. He had made himself very comfortable, laying on his stomach with jewelry and shoes taken off and flowers in his hand. It was the same poppy you had given him. He was keeping hold of it. Oh, that's so cute. You wiggled yourself into a sitting position and looked at Cove. He blushed as his eyes lingered on you. Oh, I can't. He's too cute. Are we still engaged? That's so cute. Oh, these are all good options. I kind of like this one. Yeah, we'll do this one. Yeah, I'd say so, fiancé. Cove lit up and he smiled giddily. He looked beautiful in his happiness, even with a random piece of grass stuck in his hair. I hoped so. Cove looked up at the bright blue sky. He leaned back and watched one of the few fluffy clouds overhead. You could barely make out his whisper. I can't believe it's real. You didn't know if he was talking to you or himself. You scooted closer and listened regardless. This moment, when we look back on it, it'll always be the time we got engaged. I can't see what the future is going to look like, but that's alright. We're going to be together for it, right? Obviously. His voice grew in volume and confidence before he tilted his head at you for his question. You were equally certain. Of course. He eyed the hills sprawling out before you, and down below, where the wild hill and the nature gave way to civilization. Your home and coves lay down at the bottom, neatly filled among the other houses in the neighborhood. We better go. We better go. We got a lot of... I keep getting distracted. Okay, I can read. We better go. We gotta let our families make jokes about us getting engaged basically as soon as we legally could. It's gonna be rough. Oh no, Liz is gonna be insufferable. I didn't even think of that. We could stay here a little longer. We could stay here a little longer. That'll only make it worse. They'll tease us about what they think we're doing. Oh, good point. Cove, I'm glad one of us is thinking logically here. But hey, we'll have each other through the hard times. With your support, I can get through even my dad being my dad. Aw, that's cute. We're never gonna live this down. It's a good thing that I have your back. Nah, let's just go with I love you. I love you too. Cove beamed at you. His expression was so unlike the one he'd worn when you first found him here. It was brimming with love and hope.
Come on.
He offered you a hand. You accepted it, your palm fitting around his. Cove lifted himself up, pulling you along too. He slipped the poppy you used to propose safely into his pocket. I'm so glad. What we have now, it's not only in the past or something for this moment. This is something we'll have always. With that promise, the two of you made your way down the hill. You couldn't say whether you were the one that broke into a run, if Cove had been the one to start it, or if your feet had simultaneously made the choice for both of you. The end result was the same, with the two of you dashing down the hill like children, but with a nostalgic revelry that could only come as an adult. As the wind whipped past you, you knew that family and friends were waiting at the end of your sprint. It was something you had to tell them after all. Your life, officially linked with Cove's, took its first step forward. Oh, so pretty. So good. Oh, I love that. These credits are also very pretty. I mean, this whole game is pretty. This whole game is absolutely gorgeous. And I love it so much. One of the best games I've ever played. I would say the best visual novel I've ever played, which it is. But that's not really saying much because I've played like 2 visual novels. Which is kind of madness for me. I don't know why I've played so few, but yeah. Oh, so good. So good. I seriously just love this game so much. I'm definitely gonna play it a few more times because like I want to try different routes and stuff, but it'll probably be a while before I play it again. I just want to enjoy the first one, or first, run through for a bit. But yeah, I love it so much, and I'm so excited for the Patreon exclusive DLC that's coming out soon. I want to play it. I probably won't stream it though, because it's probably going to come out when I'm on break, and I'm going to play it as soon as it comes out, because I need to play it. But yeah, this is such a good game. And I know I keep going on about how beautiful the art is, but look at this background, it's gorgeous. So good. Oh, so good. And it's warm in my room again, which is slightly annoying. I probably should have kept the window open. but I didn't feel like it. Okay. I like this music too. It's good music. Look at all the supporters. I'm so glad I stumbled on this game. Like, I had never heard of it until... how did I find it? I guess I was just Googling, like, games for Pride Month, and this came up on one of the lists. That's how I found it. It's, like, a very, like, chance discovery, but it is seriously one of the best games I've ever played. It's so good. Okay. So I do have one more DLC after this. Okay. Oh, there's made in red pie. That makes sense. That is the main... I don't know why I sounded surprised. That is the main visual noveling engine. Yay, so pretty. Oh, that ocean sound. Oh, so nice. Okay. Before we move on to the next part, we're gonna take a quick break because I need to go refill my water and such. So, yeah. Take a quick break, run ads, turn off pre-rolls. Mostly I need to go get some more water. So yeah, feel free, get up, stretch your legs, get some food, get some water, do whatever you need to do, and then we'll be back in about 3-ish minutes. So yeah, be right back. Alright, we're back. Do I want to change any of these? Alright, you can't even see the earrings because the hair's in the way. What else have we got? Oh. Oh yeah, plain. Do you want tattoos? No. Nail length is either short or long. Let's do short. Yeah, we'll just leave that. Okay. Feelings are... We're gonna leave the same. I think... Yeah, I like relaxed. We'll keep it with relaxed. Yes. Oh, that's a cool shirt. Okay, yeah, we definitely need that hair. That hair is gorgeous. I mean, all the hair is nice, but that one, so good. Okay, I kind of like those thin glasses. We'll go with the thin ones. Like that one. I don't know. Normally I would go for the slim, but now I'll go with the slim body type. One's kind of cool. I don't know. I like that t-shirt though. I don't know how I feel about that one. Oh, there are too many good options. Now we're gonna go with that one. Do that one. And that one. I want to see. Oh, I don't like that necklace anyways. There we go. Oh, pits. Probably the... I mean, I normally go for the black, but I think I like the blue better. Sunglasses? Those are kind of cool. But which ones? Those ones. Yeah. I think that's what I want. Yeah, we'll go with that. Let's go middle. Okay. I customized everything I wanted to. Oh well. And so your days... Wow, my brain just stopped reading in the middle of that sentence. And so your days growing up in the loving cradle of Sunset Bird came to an end. In the years that passed since graduation, you'd moved out of your childhood home and made your own way in the world. We lived with Cove and his fish. Do we have any other pets? No, we're just gonna live with Cove and his fish. Co-owned a business with Cove. Had multiple ways of earning income. Had a business of your own. Let's go with had multiple ways of earning income. In writing industry. I didn't even read what the other options were. I just saw writing industry and went with it. I'm sure writing was the best option. Your family members went through the same kind of leaps into independence. Liz and Lee both eventually earned degrees and started fantastic careers in new towns. But your mom's and Cove's father still lived on the same street as they had for all those years before. It was comforting to you that there were some things that remained in the old neighborhood. And despite the ever-changing reality of your adult life, your friends were still your friends. Though of course things weren't exactly the same for them either. Very recently, Terry publicly came out as a man and switched the spelling of his name to use a Y instead of an I. That's so cool! Let's go! He also confessed his love for Miranda. Oh, so cute! Which she excitedly reciprocated. They moved in together recently in the city out past Sunset Bird. Let's go! Oh, that's so exciting for them. Derek was as Derek was as busy as always, but doing well. He always made an effort to keep in touch, and you even saw each other in person occasionally. One person who did disappear into the shuffle of memories inside your mind was Baxter. After his vacation in Sunset Bird one year, he was just gone. That was a loss you felt. He had become someone you considered a friend during those days. And then there's what became of the sad little boy who you grew up with, Cove Holden. He was, of course, still the man you loved and wanted to spend your life with. But you hadn't officially got married yet, and you got married at this point. He was your, yeah. You got married at this point, he was your husband. The past years were certainly busy. Being wedded to a person who meant more than everything to you was an incredible gift. I don't know, I kind of like Holden. That's a good name. We're gonna take his name. He took the Holden last name. And you both wore rings to signify your relationship. And the ring Cove looked like. Oh, which one? I feel like a pearl would suit him. Although this one, I can't decide if I like that one or not. Let's do let's do the pearl and flowers in gold. Yeah. He truly thrived in his continued efforts to cultivate loving and supportive relationships with his family and friends. His personality had changed, becoming more reserved, though not at all unkind. Cove was a gentle, loyal, considerate man who took the lessons he'd learned over the years to treat people around him with patience and understanding. When Cove eventually developed a picture of the future he wanted to have as an adult, it made perfect sense to you based on his interests. He went to college to study marine biology. Yeah, let's go. His ultimate goal was set on becoming a natural resource technician, and he still volunteered with Orca when his workload allowed it. As an adult, Cove also was able to recognize and have diagnosed that he was on the autism spectrum. Okay, let's go. It was something that hadn't been noticed by his doctors as a child, but he was still the same Cove he always was to you, and he was just glad to understand himself better. It thrilled you to see how happy and successful he'd grown up to be. Oh, that's so precious. Let's go. On the whole, life continued its steady beat forward, and you all went with it down the paths you'd chosen. It was strange and wonderful, but no matter how old you got, how far you roamed, or how long you were away, the home you had in Sunset Bird still called you back eventually. The car rumbled down the highway. You had started to zone out when a truck in the left lane loudly zoomed past. Your driver didn't remark on it, just like anything else this trip. You went back to staring out the window, letting the scenery pass you by. You did appreciate the spacious backseat of your ride. You had to know exactly when you would be coming in, so you decided to use a ride app rather than ask your moms to pick you up. It turned out to be a convenient choice. You looked forward to surprising your parents at the door. You smiled at the thought of their faces lighting up. Luckily, this hadn't been that big of a trip for you. You lived close enough that the travel hadn't turned into a big production. However, that did make the occasion mundane. For once, your moms had decided to have a modest celebration dinner for their anniversary. Unlike when you were growing up and they preferred not to make a big deal out of it, this year they were comfortable having a party. As time went on, they had found being the center of attention easier to handle. You were happy to see it. With this going on, there was no way that either you or Liz would miss your mom's anniversary. Both of you made plans to come back home for it. You didn't hear from Liz about her exact schedule, but you hadn't shared yours either. It reminded you of when you were kids and both knew to show up for dinner, but didn't keep each other in the loop for each other's pre-dinner plans. This was the same concept after all. Some things stayed the same, and yet it was definitely different from when you would see your sister every day and knew sort of what she was doing, anyways, from osmosis. Today, you had no idea. Things were always changing. You mused on how, at times, it was hard to believe you didn't live with your parents anymore, and yet you also couldn't imagine going back and living as a kid under their rules. The rest of the drive flew by, your silent driver providing a smooth ride. No sharp turns or hard stops jostled you out of your own head. Your thoughts turned from introspective to observant. I said that weird. The landscape passing by became more and more familiar. You frequently recognized the landmarks that dot the area. A grin came to your face as you passed the now entering sign for Sunset Bird. Excitement built within you. You're really here. You were doing this. Your driver turned off on a street and you realized that their map program was taking you the way home that Ma preferred. You usually would have used the other side street to pass by the beach. In no time at all, the car had gone through the whole town and pulled in front of your mom's condo. The car slowed to a stop and parked. With the buzz of the highway gone, you realized that you could hear the familiar sound of waves The air smelled like salt and a rush of childhood memories flooded back. You started to gather your things and humming to yourself once more about how happy your moms would be to see you. After that, you notify everyone else that you made this trip safely. You pulled over your suitcase from the other seat and yanked at your bag from down near your feet. Tap, tap. You startled at the sudden sound of tapping on the glass. It caused you to pause. Did you really hear what you thought you did? You weren't entirely sure because you soon heard something else. The window on the opposite side of the car rolling down. It confused you until you put it together that despite the driver's silence, you weren't actually alone in the car. The driver must have pressed the button. Someone had to be there. You turned your head to face the now open window. There he was, leaning his arms across the window, your husband Cove Holden. He beamed at you with one of his precious open smiles. Aw, you're gonna be so soft.
June!
Welcome home. I was wondering how long I'd have to stand out here for you to make it. It's been a while, you know. You screamed excitedly. I've been the one waiting to see you. Let's just take Cove. At the sound of his name, he burst out laughing and grinned widely. He then gripped the top of the car door and pushed. I can't read. He then gripped the top of the car door and pushed half of his torso through the opening. That was enough to make the driver break their silence with a sharp hey. I mean, yeah, we could do this out of the car. Cove did not seem to notice and continued climbing in through the window. He pushed one hand down into the middle seat to prop his dangling body up. Okay, Cove, chill out. Just let me get out of the car first. He used his other hand to caress your cheek as he leaned in as close as he could. I missed you. I mean, I feel like we could get out of the stranger's car before getting all lovey-dovey, but I mean, he's already in the car, so... Although flicking his nose would be kind of cute too. Oh, fine. We'll lean over and kiss him on the forehead. Hopefully that'll tide him over until we get out of the car. You bent to the side and gently pressed a kiss to his forehead. The arm he was balanced on shook. He struggled not to come crashing down from his precarious position. However, his sappy grin was infectious. The two of you shared each other's happiness. You shifted back just a little to get a better view of his face. Okay, now get out of the window, you crazy person. Oh, that's cute. I really should have expected this, you and your windows. Oh, that's too cute. I promise this was unplanned. I know, still doesn't make a difference. Cove's smile turned awkward as his arm started to bend lower, causing his body to slide downwards with it. He turned his head to the driver.
Sorry.
I'm always causing trouble in this neighborhood. Cove shifted around some more and squirmed back the way he came. After he had successfully pushed off the window and landed on the pavement with a thump, you opened your car door. You threaded your arms through the various straps on your bags and climbed out. Cove took a few long strides around the back of the car and quickly met you on your side. You're gonna be so pretty! I can't. So pretty. Cove stood in front of you, and it struck you. I noticed his pants are ripped, and I got distracted. Right. Cove stood in front of you, and it struck you that the two... Okay, let me try that again. Ghost stood in front of you, and it struck you that the two of you were back in Sunset Bird, reunited once again on this street. Okay, there we go. Now we can jump into his arms. Let's put the bags down first. You dropped your bags on the paved road and got a bounding start to leap into Cove. He caught you, unsurprised at your action. When you were situated, he leaned back on the balls of his heels and fully lifted you off the ground. His goofy grin let you know just how much he was enjoying your enthusiastic embrace. You were too tall for him to pick up, too far off the ground. That being said, he still gave it his best effort, and you enjoyed the inch or so between your toes and the pavement. That's just too cute. With one last swing, he let you back down. You really were ecstatic to be around him again, and absolutely thrilled that it was here in this town where you were together. Even if it had only been a short time since you had seen him off, you had still missed Cove greatly. It somehow felt a lot longer. Given your different schedules and travel availabilities, it had worked out better for Cove to head out to Sunset Bird first. He only arrived the evening before, however, and secured the hotel room. Until now, you'd never had to deal with the inconvenience of being in a tourist-heavy area. It was a fight to get a place to stay close by during the heat of summer vacation season. Living without him at your place was strange. Cove was basically a part of you at this point. You were glad to feel whole again. Oh, you idly shifted your luggage. Then it struck you that you were a short one, and you got out in such a hurry it was left behind. You reached back into the car to pull it out. Ghost stood aside as you made a dash for the door. You shouldered the small bag and felt relieved that you'd be able to brush your teeth tonight. Got everything this time? You stood up straight, everything truly gathered up and out of the car. You gave the backseat one last glance and then nodded. Cove shut the car door after you had moved out of the way. The two of you stepped off the street to give the driver some room. Cove waved. Sorry again. The driver said nothing and drove off. With the road clear, you let your gaze drift across the neighborhood that you had known forever. It was such a small place to spend so many days. You were flooded with memories of going up and down the street during every stage of your life. Being a little kid, following your big sister to the playground, becoming a teen and staying out later, and growing into an adult who left their parents' house behind to be independent. You could feel the summer sun on your skin from all the times you had headed out to the beach. You saw the same surroundings that's not what that says. You saw the same surroundings that you as a young adult did when leaving home. It was hard to quantify the amount of history you had here. And now you were back. Despite taking in the neighborhood again, you never lost awareness of Cove's presence. From the corner of your eye, seeing him there was a very familiar sight as well. So many of your memories included him. Your mind drifted from the neighborhood itself to the person who used to live there. You couldn't help the feeling of nostalgia. You still remembered his face, his voice, the scar on his arm from days long gone. He had changed so much since you first met him, yet even with those changes, he was always recognizable. He was familiar like the sky was, in the way you knew the sea. Every day they might appear different, but they're still an inextricable part of life. Another good line. So good. It was the world, with help from Mr. Holden Let me try again. It was the world, with help from Mr. Holden and his ill-thought $20 bill, that brought you together to begin with, but the two of you had chosen each other. You had never let your interactions fade. you had decided to nurture your relationship into what it was. And you would continue to keep Cove close and you will continue to keep Cove close into all the rest of your adult years. He was the love of your life, your wonderful spouse. He was the one you want to keep spending year after year with, as you'd done for years before this. It would be impossible to imagine life without him. Cove noticed you staring at him after a while and smiled with his eyebrows rising in curiosity. He was very transparent in his question if there was something you wanted to say. You shook your head and returned him a soft expression. You'd let yourself get carried away in a tide of memories, but now it was time to focus on the present. Ready to go see my mom's? Cove nodded and then pointed at all your luggage bundled around your legs. Can I help with any of that? You can help with all of it. No, it's like hang all my groceries in one go. Yeah, thank you. You gratefully passed him a bag. It was a lot easier to balance everything with that one out of the way. He used both hands to take hold of the one piece of luggage and stood tall, pleased to be able to provide his assistance. The bag situation resolved, the two of you strolled over to the Wordweaver residence's door. You started to pat your pockets instinctively, only to realize that you no longer carried a key to the house. Your eyes scanned the entryway, a little lost, only to spy the doorbell. The thought of having to ring it felt super weird. As you pressed the inconveniently placed button on the side wall, you remembered that no matter how much this place would As you pressed the inconveniently placed button on the side wall, you remembered that no matter how much this place would always be a home to you, it wasn't where you lived. Being back here was like putting on a uniform after you quit the store where it came from. It had remained the same, but your circumstances had changed. Cove shifted on his feet awkwardly, obviously also thrown about you being stuck out here keyless. You heard muffled voices and shuffling around from inside. Your heartbeat sped up in anticipation. The door swung open, and there was your mom's smiling face. She immediately brightened at seeing you standing there. Well, well, well. Mom twisted her head back and gave a shout down the hall. Lonnie, guess who's here? There were more distant noises, no doubt Ma getting up from wherever she was to come see. Her high-spirited words rang out clearly. I hope it's one of my children. Mom snickered, still holding the door only half open to hide you for a little longer. Cove flushed as if suddenly realizing that he was going to be present for your mom's enthusiastic welcoming of you. You smiled to reassure him that he wasn't intruding. Mom finally reached the door and peered over Mom's shoulder. It is! Hello, June. She gave you a once-over, patting the tops of your shoulders and moving down the sides of your arms, before she nodded in satisfaction that you were in one piece.
How sweet.
This is a wonderful surprise. Ma inclined her head over to Cove next, not leaving him out either. Hello, sweetie. You count as one of my kids at this point anyways. I have double the surprise today.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. You snorted at your mom's greeting. They never changed. Cove bashfully waved at them. He hadn't relaxed fully, but he had settled down at their welcome. Well, don't just stand out there. Come on in. Your mom moved aside and held the door open for you, gesturing for you to enter. You stepped into the living room. You stepped into the living room. It was comfortable and cool. Cove was a half step behind you, his eyes on a new painting your mom's must have had since the last time you were here. Things were mostly the same, but there were more decorations since you had last seen the house. Mom may have gotten the urge for some interior designing again. It struck you how odd it was to be the guest, only observing their choices for the living space here, rather than a full-time occupant. Ma came up in front of you, excitement in her eyes. I'm so glad you're here.
That's fine.
You know, your mom and I would have been happy to pick you up, but you're self-sufficient and responsible. That's okay. What matters is that you arrived safely. Mom appeared at her side with a nod. Welcome back, kiddos. You appreciate that your parents respected you as an adult, even if Mom still calls you kiddo. You figured long ago that you'd always be her kiddo, no matter how grown you became. It was part of the whole parent-child deal with her. You gave them a thumbs up? Oh, well, we'll give them a hug. You took another step forward and pulled Mom and Ma into a great big hug, squeezing them tight. Their arms wrapped around you in return, and you could feel their love for you in their embrace. I thought you deserved a little break after everything I put you through. I'll say it's great to see you. Of course. It's always nice when I'm able to come by. Your mom's giggled, pleased. I hope you've both been doing well. Is everything set up for your anniversary dinner?
No problem.
We're happy to help if there's something we can do. We've been plenty fine. It's been a little quiet, but that's not a bad thing. Mom placed her arm around Ma's shoulders and gave her a side hug.
Don't worry about it.
Don't worry about the party. We're just planning to eat at the Cypress. Nothing fancy. Which is kind of a funny thing to say about a pretty fancy country club. My biggest issue is... nope. My biggest issue has just been making sure everyone can make it for the day. Speaking of which, Liz will be arriving tonight. We're planning on picking her up later. I guess Liz isn't as grown up as June. Mom snickered at her own joke, and Ma lightly elbowed her with a barely hidden grin.
Shush.
As I was saying, we could drop you off wherever you're staying if you don't mind waiting for that. I'm sorry there's not space for you in the house. It's gone crowded in those old rooms since you and Liz moved out. I don't know where all this stuff keeps coming from. Sure you don't. Excuse me. Ugh. It's okay. Cove already has a hotel room I'm gonna be staying in anyway. Cove sent you some pictures of the place when he arrived. Stylish and roomy. It seemed very nice. There was a room. Oh, a king bed. Let's go. He claimed that the bed was comfortable, so you had high hopes about that. Though mostly you were looking forward to having him next to you as you slept once again. Your mom smiled, relieved. Kira's already here, isn't she? She directed her question at Cove. He bobbed his head a bit to go along with his reply. Yeah, I heard she made it. She's gonna be staying with Dad while she's in town.
Oh?
Have you gone over and said hello yet? Cove chuckled self-consciously, and this time he shook his head. He raised an eyebrow, since you had figured he would have taken the chance while waiting for you. Not yet. I should go do that now. I just want June to be there too. He caught your eye with an adoring smile. Mom laughed at that, no doubt thinking that Cove was sweet but ridiculous. I mean, yeah, pretty much.
How nice.
It's nice to know your priorities. Yeah. Cove awkwardly rubbed his arm and shifted on his feet, looking all too much like he did as a kid.
So?
June, do you want to go over to my house now? That's a good idea. We won't be leaving until late evening. You heard Ma. Let's go see your parents. Cove perked back up, excited once more. We'll keep an eye on your things while you're out. There's no reason to be carrying all that around. You set down your bags in the living room, tucked into a corner where they wouldn't be in the way. Cove helped. Your moms waved the two of you off, and you walked back to the entranceway. Thanks. See you soon. You waved back and opened the front door for Cove. With that, you were on your way to see Cove's family next. This trip put a special little pep in Cove's step as you crossed the street. As you crossed the street to his dad's house together. Your spirits were equally high. Doing this, you felt like a teen again. You had known Cove's parents for a long time now. When it came to what you called his dad, you switched back to saying Cove dad. But waiting for the right time to call him dad, you felt that could be now? Okay, I feel like it's probably gonna burst into tears if we call him dad. But at the same time, that would be kind of cool. You know what? Let's do it. You've been waiting for the right time to call him dad. You felt that could be now. For his mom. That's what I still call him first. Call their mom 3. Okay, that's actually kind of cute. I feel like she'd be totally down for that. Yeah, let's do it. You called her Mom 3 in a non-serious way. A playful grin was always setting her face. You hadn't even gotten there yet. It was always fun to hang out with her. Cove hopped up to the front door and didn't bother knocking. He twisted the knob and it swung open. With a grin, Cove gave you a gratified thumbs up. You shook your head in disapproval, but you both knew that you hypocritically supported his behavior. Your dad's lucky we aren't criminals. He brushed your comment aside and went right into his old home. Cliff was there, standing in his kitchen and babysitting a pan on the stove. Okay, they're opposites. Green shirt, green hair. But I don't know how I feel about that. That is a very fun shirt, though. His head turned at the sound of footsteps, and he brightened instantly at the sight of you both. Cove matched his enthusiasm instantly. I'm almost out of water again. That's annoying. Yeah. If it was anyone else, you wouldn't have thought he would. I can't talk. If it was anyone else, you would have thought he was lighting up with a childlike joy over seeing his dad again. But since you knew what Cove was actually like as a kid, you're aware this level of happiness with Cliff was definitely not equivalent to any childhood feelings of his. Dad. Cove gracelessly pushed Cliff, I can read. Cliff gracelessly pushed what he was cooking to a different burner and flipped off the heat. He rushed over to you both. Cove flew forward and met him halfway in a hug. Cove squished his eyes shut and held his dad in a tight hug. Cliff soothingly rubbed his son's back. The more of an adult Cove became, the more he turned into a big daddy's boy, it seemed. I missed you. I missed you too. It was sweet, and teasing aside, it was wonderful to see them at this place in their relationship after years of struggling to connect. When the hug broke, Cliff hooked an arm around his son's neck. He let out a deep laugh. I still can't believe you outgrew me. I really thought I had that on him after he graduated from high school, but then he had to keep going. Chuckling, he shook his fist in mock anger. Cove ducked his head and laughed in kind. Sorry, Dad. Cove's cheeks turned pink, and he averted his eyes. He was becoming bashful, so you knew he had more he wanted to say. Cove softly added, "But I was raised early, well." His dad's expression instantly crumbled with emotion. He sniffled. Cove put an arm around him too and tugged him into a side hug. You observed their little reunion fondly, happy to let them enjoy their moment. They were a perfect pair of sentimentality. Cliff eventually turned his attention to you.
Hey.
Hey June, great to see you. He pulled away from Cove and approached you with a little wave. He was back to his cheery self. It's nice, Dad, it's nice to see you, or I missed you, Dad. Let's go with I missed you, Dad. He smiled. You tried to be casual, naturally moving into the new term. Would he notice, you wondered? Before you could overthink it, you caught the exact moment your choice of words clicked in his head. Cliff looked like he stopped breathing. Then a loud gasp escaped Cliff. You glanced over at Cove for his reaction. He grinned sweetly with misted eyes. Dad? Yeah, Dad, if that's okay. He didn't answer right away, and you could feel your knees starting to tremble. But then Cliff placed his hands right over his heart.
I'm so glad.
That's absolutely okay. It's more than okay. Overwhelmed with emotion, his voice squeaked at first, but he barely noticed. He was brimming with joy. I would love to be your dad. Oh, that's so cute. Finally calling family is no longer a joke. I'm looking forward to all the new surprises this will bring. You know what, let's go with you're the best dad I could ask for. Really? You don't have to say that. His voice choked up with emotion, and you noticed there were a few stray tears bubbling up in his eyes. Nodding, you felt emotional yourself. I mean it. Thanks, Dad. Grinning, Cliff reached out and shook Cove's forearm. Cove did move, but he watched him, completely baffled. Did you hear that, bud? I'm Dad now. Cliff, you're adorable.
Yeah.
Aw, yeah, we're all a family. Touched, Cliff hooked Cove in a quick side hug. Cove chuckled at the affection. You got that right. Giddy, you couldn't be happier with your decision. You knew the two men in front of you were part of your important family. Cliff cleared his throat, pulling attention to himself. He crossed his arms. But before we get too carried away, it's not a real reunion yet. Kira's still in the guest suite. I'll go get her. He eagerly bolted down the hall, and you could hear every step he took. It ended with a distinct knock. Kira, they're here. It was only seconds before there was the sound of a door being yanked open. The pounding of feet hitting the wood floor grew even louder this time.
My baby!
Her hair's so pretty. Next to you, Cove let out a nervous laugh. His parents entered the living room, and Kira stretched her arms out wide when she spotted you both. Cove went to her easily. Yeah, you went in for the hug too. She pulled you tightly into her arms with Cove. You were squished, but felt every bit of love Kira held in her heart for you both. Cove wrapped his free arm around her too. He rested his head on top of hers and let out a happy sigh. After a moment, Kira let go and pulled back to get a better look at your faces. She surveyed every inch of them and appeared satisfied. You're both looking well. That's wonderful and just what I like to see.
Thanks.
And hi, Mom. Thanks, Mom 3. You look great too. One day soon, I'll let you in on my secrets. Kira winked, and you had zero doubts that she held precious knowledge to looking your best. She was stunning every time you saw her. I'd be honored. Your gaze bounced back and forth between Cove's parents and their happy chatter. A wave of relief settled on your nerves. Oh, One moment. Okay. They both seem to respect your choices and how you want to address them. You were so glad there weren't any issues. So, what's new? How have you both been? Kier gave a nod for Cliff to go first. Cheerfully, he waved a hand.
No worries.
Oh, same old, same old. Still got the shop, still got my friends and family, of course. And still the most exciting thing around here is seeing who will rent that one free condo. Incredible. I always knew you were such a snorer. They snickered, and you couldn't help but peek at Cove. He rolled his eyes dramatically, drawing out a few giggles from you, but the whole time there was still a happy smile fixed on his face.
Well,
For me, things have been good. I've gotten a lot of interesting assignments lately. Oh, I recently went to Seattle. Jealous. I want to go to Seattle. Kira twirled a strand of her hair shyly, and her mouth curved into a grin. Whatever she was thinking about, it made her happy. I'll be honest, I actually was sort of tempted to make an impromptu trip to Seattle just for the Star Rail tea shop collab, because there is one in Seattle, but it's like awkwardly located in Seattle, so it'd be a pain to get to anyways. So I was good and didn't run up to Seattle to get tea for a video game. But the thought did cross my mind. Anyways, Kira twirled a strand of her hair shyly, and her mouth curved into a grin. Whatever she was thinking about, it made her happy. Things have still been going well with the guy from work, but it's a little early to bring him all the way out to California to meet the family. Cove crossed his arms. He and his dad nodded. It was clear... Nope. It was clear she appreciated the acceptance from her two boys. I'm really happy for you.
thanks.
You were honestly glad that things were going well for her. She was clearly grateful for your approval as well. So, that's us. Do you two have any plans for your first day back? The only thing I have to do is pick up Liz later tonight before we head back to our hotel room.
Great.
He suddenly looked over his shoulder, his eyebrows pushed together. I'm glad you're here, but I just remembered that I was in the middle of cooking something. Only a small cackle escaped you while you fought off the giant grin taking over your face. Meanwhile, Cove erupted into laughter that had his dad shaking his head. That's fine, Dad. Go salvage what you can. I think it'd be nice to explore the old neighborhood for a while anyways, since we got the time. Cove directed the last part to you as he spoke, hoping that you'd want to go with him. You nodded automatically. You were already looking forward to it. That's a perfect idea.
Makes sense.
I think so too. You should go enjoy the day. I'll hang back here so I won't be a third wheel, and someone's gotta keep an eye on Cliff before he catches the whole kitchen on fire. Mom, you're not a third wheel. Cove stiffly stuck his arms against his side like a child. A small smirk tugged at Kira's mouth. She winked. You know what I mean. Have a good walk. I'll see you both later. Cheerily Cliff waved before going back to his cooking. Cove smiled warmly.
Bye.
Bye, we'll see you soon. Cove trailed behind you as you walked into the welcoming summer sun. He stopped, closing his eyes to stretch his arms in the warm rays. That's kind of cute. Can I have a piggyback ride? Oh, I'll just take his hand. Your hand slotted into place through his fingers. Glancing at you, his mouth pulled into a bent smile, and your fingers intertwined. Naturally, you found yourselves heading down the road towards the beach. Your spirits rose even higher as you strolled across the stand, heading for the shopping district. Arriving, you wove past tourists who were taking in this. Wow. Arriving, you wove past tourists who were taking the sights for the very first time. Being a local was a badge of honor you wore proudly. You casually walked past the shops. Over the years, some had closed down, but many of the stalls were still exactly the same as they were when you were little. Cove snapped his head as far as it could go to one side, so dramatically you couldn't have missed it. Something clearly caught his eye, but you couldn't see it.
Please?
There's a pretzel stand open today. Can we get one? Yes, obviously. I will almost never say no to pretzels. When his gaze found you again, he wore the biggest smile. You chuckled. Yeah, we can. You fondly thought about retracing your previous thought. Cove was beaming, retracting your previous thought. Cove was beaming now. You're gonna get the one that comes with a little frosting cup, aren't you? That's right. After that, you both happily made your way over, being pulled in faster by the delicious aroma of the stall. With that, you changed course to the pretzel stand for a snack break. Cove was very pleased by the morsel he picked up, and that was good to see. The sun arched across the sky as you went up and down the road as a pair. By the time you returned to the beach, the day was beginning to fade into night. Cove kicked his shoes off, tossing them into the sand. He wanted to get his feet wet in the waves as fast as possible. Obviously, we joined him. I love the water. In seconds, you had your feet free and your shoes abandoned in the sand. You kept going until you were ankle deep in the water. Cove sighed contentedly. You followed his line of sight into the setting sun, painting the sky with hues of orange and pink. It really feels like summer now. He wore a bent smile when he turned to you. The light illuminated like a halo behind him, and the sight took your breath away. In fact, it's hard to think of anything that feels more perfectly summer than moments exactly like this. Being here at sunset and Sunset Bird with you. I'm so glad we were able to come visit. I do like our living situation now, over just being neighbors, but still. You hummed in agreement. Your heart fluttered the moment you met Cove's eyes. Your mouth tilted into a pleased smile. I'll just go, I'm happy too. The last rays of sunlight glittered on the water, mesmerizing you. You couldn't help but feel like this was exactly where you both belonged right now. Cove muttered quietly, losing himself in his thoughts again. Shortly after, you saw his hand shoot down into the sand. He stood straight back up with a lopsided smile and got to work brushing the sand off his prize. You knew without a single word, Cove found a new shell for your collection. As you wandered down the beach, Cove followed at your side in comfortable silence. Your shadows stretched out across the sand like they were leading the way. The only noise you could hear were the soft footfalls of your feet and the waves gently rocking into the shore. For a moment in time, it felt like there were only the two of you in your own little world. Eventually, the bubble popped when you realized that your phone was going off. It was Ma, hoping that you were going to be back soon. Curious, Cove's eyes slid down to your phone. You let your hand fall back down to your side. You held the phone pressed against the palm of your hand. It's Ma. She wants to know when we'll be there. Cove scratched the back of his neck and shook his head. His mouth twitched like he had a funny thought. Dang parents. Always trying to make us come home before it gets too dark. You laughed. You'd think after all this time they'd know that we always find our way home. I think she knows. She's probably just excited to spend time with you. Think so? Yeah, if I was her, I'd be missing you too. After one last glance, you put your phone away again. Cove gave a small shrug. Ready? Yep. let's go. Together you left the beach, feeling the call of home pulling you forward. The both of you ran off towards your mom's house, leaving the waves behind, but welcoming the beginning of summer. Cove and you ran up from the beach, sand flying from your steps. Cove made it to the road first, but you managed to catch up to him by the time you reached the house. It wasn't exactly a race, and yet it also wasn't not a competition. Both of you were laughing by the time you bumbled through your old front door together. You inhaled deeply and shouted loud enough to be heard anywhere in the house. We're here! Your moms were seated in the living room. Their eyes sparkled as they locked on you and your light dusting of sand.
Hello.
Welcome home. Mom leaned forward, eyebrows raised at your jubilant entrance. Ma sighed wistfully.
Oh,
That brings back memories. Cove chuckled shyly as he scratched the back of his head. I hope we're not too late. Nope, you're just in time. But you better start packing up. Liz will be waiting. Ma nodded as she stood up from her seat. She lightly ran her fingers over her clothes to smooth out the wrinkles. It took you a second to remember where you had put your stuff. You needed to get it all in the car so you could get everything back to your hotel. Can I help? You shrugged and directed him to your bags. With Cove, your mom's, and yourself on the job, it only took one trip to the car to get everything. Cove firmly closed the trunk, and you thanked everyone for their assistance. Of course, kiddo. Come along, my family. Let's get in the car. She gave Cove a special look to make it clear that meant him. Cove climbed into the back seat with a decidedly touched expression on his face. You got in on the other side. When everyone was situated and buckled, the engine was started and Mom pulled out onto the street. You couldn't help but feel amused to be stuck in the back seat with Cove. Your mom's driving you around. It really was like you were little kids again. Cove caught you staring at him and gave you a bad smile. He was probably on the same wavelength as you from the sheer mischief in it. There was some light chatting on the drive. No one brought up anything too deep, and it mostly became swapping jokey stories. The entire trip was marked by a heavy sense of anticipation. Everyone was ecstatic to see Liz and hear what she had been up to. When you neared the airport, Mom pulled out her phone to call Liz. Ma followed the signs to the correct pickup area and asked you to shout if you saw your sister. Hey Liz, we're at Wing B. There's a blue sign that says North America.
all right.
Tell her that we're right in front of the building with the blue windows. She says that she's outside right by a yellow truck. I see at least 3 yellow trucks. I think they're doing work at the airport. The back and forth continued, with Ma driving around in the wide, circular airport road while Mom attempted to coordinate between her and Liz's location. Aha! You leaned forward, peering out the front of the car. A tall, poised silhouette pulled a pale purple roll-along suitcase behind her. It was definitely Liz. She waved to the car. Ma parked along the sidewalk next to her, and Mom put her phone away with a cheer. Mission accomplished, team. Ma excitedly reached over to grasp Mom's raised hand, thrilled that both of her kids were back.
Good job.
Liz came closer and yanked open the back door beside her. She popped her head into the car, her smile ornery despite how tired she appeared. It must have been a long trip for her, yet her expression was that same familiar smirk that you had grown up with.
Hey.
Hello, children, I'm back. Rude. Oh, hey, old grandma who doesn't have any kids. We'll just say welcome back. Thanks, you too. You poke the cheek. We'll just smile at her. It was nice to see your sister again. You grinned at her, and the curl in her grin softened. Well, hi to you too, kiddo. Hello, sweetie. It's nice that you're here. Hi, Elizabeth. He jokingly huffed at her. We're not children. Whatever you say, baby boy. She turned her gaze back to Mom and Ma. You really know how to make someone feel appreciated. Her spirits were high. You could tell she was just as happy to be here as everyone else was to see her. She left the door open but ducked out to walk around to the back of the car. She opened the trunk and lifted her luggage in. I'm gonna move your junk, June. I'll keep it in the front of my bag so you can get it later. Ma's dropping you off first, right? Yes, but that's not... Oh. Yes, but that's not junk. It's important. Liz slammed the trunk closed without responding. Liz swung around to open the door. You noticed that her hair had a few flyaways, no doubt from a long day of traveling. She leaned against the frame of the car, giving you and Cove a significant look. I'm not sitting in the middle. That's fair. I already had 5 hours of nightmare on the flight. There's no way I'm getting in between the two of you. I mean, really, who would ever want to be the person pulling Cove Holden and June Holden apart? Fair. Cove puffed up indignantly yet again at her classic tease of your relationship. Liz continued along like she didn't notice.
So?
I don't care how you decide who's scooting. I figure you can fight it out somehow. Cove glanced over at you and shrugged. He unbuckled his seatbelt and moved to the middle. Good job I wasn't moving. I guess I'll always have a bossy big sister. I'll just say thanks, Cove. No problem. I'm almost disappointed it was so easy. I meant it when I said we weren't children anymore. Just the middle seat. Liz shrugged, not losing any of her smugness. Keep telling yourself that, and I'll keep taking the window seat. With the window seat open, Liz squished herself into the car and shut the door. When everyone was settled, Ma began to pull out.
Let's go.
Liz crossed her legs, compacting herself slightly. She braced most of her weight on the door behind her instead of sitting up straight. It gave her a little more room. Hopefully we finish the journey. This car is almost as old as we are.
Now.
And it's still just as good as you are. All the complain definitely means Liz is back. We're equivalent to this junker. All the complaining definitely means Liz is back. So complains June. Touché. Good comeback, Liz. Mom turned up the radio as Mom emerged into the highway. The station was familiar, the normal soundtrack for when she had driven you and Liz around town. Liz bounced in her seat, enjoying the classic tune. The song would be old enough to vote at this point if it was a person. That was hard to believe. With Liz, the conversation livened up despite it getting later and later in the night. She told you all about her week and all the travel preparations she made. By the time she made it to the actual tale of travel itself, Liz started chuckling. On the plane, Liz had sat next to a couple of girls who had talked a lot about how well they could read people. Liz recounted their conversations with her in hilarious detail, as they had apparently tried to guess her occupation after only shaking her hand. Neither of the girls could agree with one another, and Liz had refused to just tell them. However, the drive to your hotel was only so long. Eventually your group arrived. You yawned and got out of the car when it stopped. Cove clambered out after you. Liz gave a loud sigh of relief at all the extra space she found herself with. You and Cove grabbed the luggage and then waved off your family after you said your goodbyes. After they left, you and Cove went to go find your room. Alright, pretty nice. I mean, it's a basic hotel room, but I like it. Okay. You scanned the key card to unlock your hotel room. It sounded out a soft beep and you turned the handle of the door. Okay, that's actually quite a nice hotel room. It even has books. I like it. The door creaked open, then you craned your head in to take a look. The first thing you noticed was the large king-size bed in the middle of the room. It was a prim, modern-looking space. It seemed clean and smelled faintly like floral air freshener. A smile played on Ko's face as he watched you take in the space. The bed's nice, huh? Which one of us is gonna use it? That's adorable. Me, you could fend for yourself. You burst out laughing. That was a joke. Can't we please share the bed? Yes. Thanks. I got a good hotel, didn't I? Yes. So, yeah, you picked out a nice one. Ko smiled like a big, pleased puppy. You and Ko continued to chat as you settled in. You unpacked some of your stuff and checked out all the room's amenities. Ko pointed out the mini fridge and started puzzling over what food could be ordered to the room. However, the fact was, you were both exhausted. It didn't take too many yawns before you both changed into your pajamas and called it a day. You had to hunt along the wall to locate the light switch. When you finally found it, you flicked it off with a sense of triumph. You turned your head over to Cove, who stood behind you in his pajamas. He was cozy and comfortable, but the pieces didn't match. He never minded that. We should get some sleep. Cove smiled, a soft expression that was adorable.
All right.
Okay, let's go to sleep. Despite saying that it was bedtime, Ko took a step forward towards you. He wrapped his arms around your back, and you leaned into his embrace. Then he lifted you off your feet. What? Still not putting you down, Ko promptly dropped himself backwards. The both of you crashed into the tight tucked sheets of the hotel bed. He laughed the entire time. Ko bounced on the landing and absorbed most of the impact. You laid on his chest, feeling a little jostled. You're an absolute madman. Let's do it again. I just giggled alongside him. That was unexpected, but also absolutely thrilling. Your laughter only made him laugh louder. He smiled up at the ceiling, a thought clearly crystallizing. My dad used to do that kind of thing to me when I was little. Sort of. Nostalgia was clear in his voice. It was a fond memory, and you felt something warm in your chest. I remember you talking about it when you stayed over at my house as a kid. He'd lift you up really high and bring you back down. Yeah, I have a cool dad. You made a small noise of understanding that turned into a yawn. When Cove yawned in return, you pulled at the sheets until you were actually under the blankets. You stuck your tongue out at him playfully. That's adorable. So you know why pigeons are called pigeons when they're actually doves? That what? We're just gonna say goodnight, Cove. And kissed his lips. You shifted yourself closer so you could lean in. You kissed Cove and felt his lips perk into a smile before kissing you back, obviously enjoying his goodnight kiss. Cove wrapped his arms around you and snuggled next to you. He let out a contented breath. You reached out to hold Cove under one arm and then used your other hand to comb through his hair. The two of you relaxed into one another, and you knew neither of you would want to be anywhere else. I can't believe we're really here. You and Liz and everyone else are gonna be here in Sunset Bird again. I was staring at all the scenery going by while we were driving here, and it honestly felt like we never left. He ran a hand down his face. I mean, in some ways it feels like it's been ages, and everything's different. Some of that's definitely because I'm staying in a hotel instead of being in my room at Dad's, but yeah. I don't even know how to feel. Cove nodded. He understood completely. I'm looking. A yawn forced an interruption into the statement. Cove was undeterred. I'm looking forward to this. He tucked his head into your neck. You felt his lashes flutter close against your skin. Same here.
See you tomorrow.
His words were a whisper you barely heard. It might not have even been that exactly. You might have just been guessing. Cove always had a habit of mumbling. It was okay either way. Whether you heard it or not. Nope, that's not what it says. It was okay either way. Whether you heard it or only thought you heard. The sentiment was true regardless. Cove would see you tomorrow when he opened his eyes and the sunlight returned to your hometown a sunset bird. You comfortably drifted off to sleep and eagerly awaited seeing Cove tomorrow as well. Your eyes gently opened. Actually, we're gonna take a quick break. This is a good breaking point. So we're gonna take a quick break. I need to go get some more water. Well, actually, I think I'm gonna go get some more tea. So we're gonna take a quick break. Feel free, get up, stretch your legs, get some food, get some water, do whatever you need to do, and we'll be back in 3-ish minutes. Maybe slightly longer because I think I'm gonna make some tea. But we'll be back in a few minutes and we'll continue this story once I have tea. So yeah, be right back. And I have tea. Yes. Your eyes gently open to see a dim, unfamiliar ceiling. You're called where you were, a hotel room. Yawning, your muscles felt relaxed and warm enough that sleep threatened to pull you under again. Morning. Cole's voice brought you back into consciousness. The heat made sense now. You knew the comfortable weight against you was your husband. His arm was draped around you, and his fingers were lightly drawing shapes on your pajamas. You twisted over to face him fully. Morning. Did you sleep well? He did. The expression on his face softened with a contented sigh. You felt his index finger lightly tracing out the shape of a heart. Oh, that's too cute. There's nothing but good dreams when you're around. Aww. You squeezed him adoringly in your arms. Pulling him closer, you hooked your chin in the warm space between his shoulder and his neck. Ko nuzzled his cheek into your hair, holding you in return. Neither of you were making any moves to get up and actually start the day. It was sweet and comfortable to be wrapped up in Cove. You could indulge just a little while longer. Eventually enough time flew by that there really weren't any minutes to spare. There were too many people waiting, so you both crawled out of the sheets together. Standing up, Cove took a few seconds to stretch. He glanced over at you with an animated expression. I'm really looking forward to your mom's anniversary dinner tonight. It's gonna be fun. I think so too.
I mean...
This whole trip is great, actually. Being here with everyone is like having another chance at being a kid. We can do all the stuff we used to do, and all the things we never did but wanted to. Oh yeah. Something about the way Cove worded that dug up a memory you hadn't thought about in a long time. The first time you met his dad, and the money he offered to you. Chewing at the inside of your cheek, it felt like a lifetime ago. But you knew that it would still matter to Cove if he knew. You just weren't entirely sure what it would mean to him. You snuck a quick peek at Cove, but his stare was already glued to you. You raised a questioning eyebrow, leaving the rest up to you. I mean, I don't know. I guess we could tell him. Like, I feel like there's not really a reason to tell him, but there's also not, like, really a reason not to tell him at this point. You know, let's do this. I kind of like this one. Hey, it's a funny story, but... Though at the same time... To tell him or not to tell him? It'll probably be fine to tell him. Well, yeah, we'll go this one. Hey, it's a funny story, but... You scratched the back of your neck, searching for the right way to tell him. Amused, Cove's expression melted into a fond smile while he waited. I don't know. I will tell him. Well, actually, a ridiculously long time ago, the very first time I met your dad, he tried to pay me $20 to be your friend. His mouth fell open and his head tilted to the side. There was no one ringing that bell. Feeling a bit guilty, you couldn't let it go while you admitted how you reacted to the offer. I did take the money. The look on Cove's face twisted, his eyes pushed into a squint. His lips screwed up and you saw his stare dot across your skin. Well, just because it was $20, I was gonna be your friend regardless, don't worry. I mean, it was a kid and you were offering me free money.
Oh my god.
The realization tumbled out of him in a whisper. You couldn't read his expression, but it remained firm. Okay, maybe I should have told him. Wait, no, why are you crying? No, that's not what I meant. Oh no. Until big sad tears started bubbling and dripping down his cheek. You flew a few steps forward, shocked and eyes wide with concern. I will say I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. The apology came out in a whisper. You felt like a broken record, but that's all you could think of. Ko's tense jaw slowly loosened as his mouth began to wobble into a frown. Emotions took him, and he failed to swallow down a broken sob. No, that's not what I meant. I should have told him. Tears pooled in his blue eye. The tears pooling in his blue eyes intensified, and they streamed quickly down his cheeks. Ko hung his head low and let them fall. I held him you hold him in his arms. Unable to stay back any longer, you closed the space between you both. He flinched over your touch initially, but after Cove leaned into you and his sobs reverberated into your chest. The tears continued, but you didn't mind getting wet because Cove needed this more. You just wanted him to feel better. It wasn't right away, but Cove was eventually able to pull himself more together. He straightened his back and sniffled. You took a nervous step backwards to give him some space. Cove let out shaky breaths while he scrubbed the remaining tears from his face.
It's okay.
I'm not upset with you for what happened, or because you're telling me now. You didn't do anything. I actually feel bad for you. You had to keep a secret you didn't ask for. And it was for most of your life. Okay, that is true. That's very sweet of you, Cove. A weight felt like it was lifted off your chest. The corner of Cove's mouth hooked into a bent smile, but his stare was still glossy with tears. I'm not mad at my dad either. Then why are you crying? His tone grew delicate again. His emotions were catching back up with him. I'm just so happy with my life, about how it went. But so much of that, what happens with everything, is out of our control.
There's
stuff like this. My dad secretly offering you money to be my friend. Remembering those days when I was little and pretty much my whole world was decided by other people just really made it all hit. Especially because I'm finding out there was even more going on than I realized. His bottom lip quivered and new tears ran down his cheek. It's scary to think about. It would have been so easy for none of this to have ever happened. Cove threw his arms to the side, trying to convey where you were standing, where you had ended up after spending a life growing up together. What if my dad moved us to a different neighborhood? Or if I didn't move away with him at all? Or if my dad didn't care if I had friends or not?
I'm so glad.
But it didn't go differently, and you're here with me. We're together, and my parents are some of my very best friends, and I'm just really glad. Your legs felt weak under you during his confession, but you remained rooted in place. Cove seemed to grow more confident.
I love you.
Aww. I don't think there's anything in the world that would have kept us apart. I'm grateful I got to meet you, the best thing that's happened to me. You're my one and only too. That's so cute. I don't think there's anything in the world that would have kept us apart. The words set a flame of fluttering in your chest that extended deep into the core of yourself. Deep down, you knew that it was the truth. You and Cove were always meant to make it to this point. Yeah? Cove's voice came out in a delighted laugh, like he was in awe of you, his eyes watering again. I can feel that it's true. I know it. We were always bound to meet each other. The shakiness in Cove's smile lessened, and it grew stronger and more assured. We'll kiss him. Cove got the idea immediately when your gaze fell to his lips, and you were crashing into each other. Every emotion since you told him about the deal seemed to flare up to take one final blow during this kiss. Your fingers curled tightly into Cove's arm. and his hands firmly held you in place around the back. The kiss grew gentler, and you peppered more, going up to the side of his jaw. Cove closed his eyes, steadying his breath. You hoped with every kiss that he could feel just how much he meant to you. You both waited there, enjoying each other's company. When another minute passed, you felt a calmness settle in your chest. It's out in the open finally. That's a relief. Yeah, but hey, your secret keeping skills are seriously unmatched. Chuckling, Cove ran a hand through his hair. You nodded in agreement, trying not to think too much about how many years you'd been holding on to that. We are literally married and I didn't know. Yeah. Oops, I like that. I didn't think it was that big of a deal. I kinda like oops. Raising your shoulders, you ducked your head down. He was right, you realized with a grimace.
I get it.
Peeking up at him, your body relaxed. The corner of Cole's mouth tugged upward, and he lightly shook his head. Really, it's fine. There was a playful gleam, and Cove's expression shifted into a smirk. He leaned forward, and you could feel the warmth of his breath. Are there any other confessions you want to make while we're doing this? Nope. Good to know. Well, we better get back to business, huh? We've got a full schedule ahead of us for your mom's big day. Sighing deeply, Cove shrugged. The look he gave you was warm and affectionate, and you knew that everything was going to be okay. But thanks again, for letting me know what happened. No problem. I'm glad we got to talk about this. After that, you and Cove moved around each other, busily getting dressed and ready for the day. Light laughter and chatter filled the air the entire time. Bags were packed and phones were sought after. You suddenly tossed Cove his phone when he hadn't been able to find it. Only hand the phone. You slapped Cove's butt as he stepped past you. You somehow lost a single sock? No. You shook your head at Cove when he ran a hand through his hand, started brushing it. Okay. Do we give Cove his phone? Or do we slap his butt when he stepped past you? Cove let out a small yelp. You met his eyes with an impish grin, and he shook his head.
Oh.
Careful. Careful. Through his shyness, he put himself inches from you. Oh, that kind of careful. I'm pretty delicate, You are too adorable is what you are. You raised your hands in playful surrender, his mouth bent into a pleased smile. There was nothing else stopping either of you now. In minutes, you were hopping into your ride and heading back to the neighborhood. It was another beautiful summer day in Sunset Bird. You couldn't resist rolling the window down so you could absorb it all during the drive. Cove sat across the seat from you, near the opposite window. His gaze was locked outside, catching all the old landmarks the vehicle was passing. Your spirits rose even higher the moment you made it home once more. Eager, you hopped out of the car and let yourself inside. Your moms knew you were going to be there that morning. But the second you made it past the threshold, an excited scream nearly scared you out of your shoes.
Hi!
Oh, hey yo, you have quite the outfit. It's literally quite the patchwork. June, you're here, and guess what? I'm here too. Yeah, I noticed. While your heart rate settled, a broad grin quickly took over your whole face. Since your cousin moved out on her own, you noticed that she really found her own groove. She was still the same loving person she'd always been on the inside, but she expressed herself in new ways. Lee was strong, kind, and smart. Over the past few years, she graduated college with a degree in history. Though last you heard, she was pursuing her dreams, working towards getting into the music industry. Can I get some warning next time you're gonna screech? We'll do, hey, it's nice to see you. I know, it's been horrible not seeing your face. Giggling, she reached over to grasp your cheeks for added emphasis. Lee leaned to the side to glance past you and meet Cove's eyes. The grin on her face widened while she waved. Hi, Cove. Hey, nice to see you, Lee. I got in practically at dawn. It was a whole thing, but at least I made it here alive. Lee exhaled and slumped her shoulders to emphasize how exhausting the ordeal was. Behind her, Liz made her way over. She crossed her arms at the scene. I'm here too, in case you were wondering. I'm always wondering if you're there somewhere. I wasn't, but thanks anyways. I'm always wondering if you're there somewhere. Or just, nope. I wasn't, but thanks anyways. Lee giggled and Liz's eyes narrowed at your remark. She seemed to stand up straighter, and the demure smile on her face didn't move. It wouldn't kill you to say hello, you know. You neither, but I'm glad to see you too.
Thanks.
Thanks, the feeling's mutual. Another friendly shout rang out in the living room. It was as cheery as it ever was from the many times you'd heard it over the years. Good morning, family. Your parents both came out from the side hall together. Morning.
Well?
Now that everyone's here, I do have a little something to mention. Mom put her hand lovingly over her wife's. Mom leaned her head into Ma's with matching affection. We're all still having dinner together, but Pam here actually made plans to take me out for brunch to celebrate our anniversary, just the two of us. Aw, that's sweet. Please, she hooked an arm around Ma's waist. Sorry to push you out, but I'm sure this group of mature grown-ups will be able to entertain themselves for an afternoon. We don't need to find a babysitter or anything. Totally. Yeah, have fun, moms. Don't worry about it. We can survive that easy. Enjoy your brunch. This works out, actually. An afternoon open means there's time to meet up with Tara and Randy. Hopefully they're free today. Your two school friends still lived around the area. They knew you were coming for your mom's party, but when or how you might arrange to see each other wasn't set in stone.
Sounds good.
Definitely, we should call them.
All right.
I have some people I'd like to say hi to as well. Liz had her cell phone in her hand, ready to get her plans made before she was even done speaking. Arching an eyebrow, she then directed the next part at Lee. Would you want to come along? We've missed out on a lot of cousin bonding time in the past.
Yeah!
I'd love to. It would be an honor to hang out with you, Liz. I hope you both have fun. Don't worry, fun is my specialty. Chuckling, Liz smirked. We'll try not to have all the fun. Don't get into too much trouble. You shook your head and Liz winked. She then glanced back at her phone and rapidly typed a new text. Excellent, it's settled. She squeezed her wife's hand. Her gaze took in the whole room, ecstatic to have the house full once again. Today is gonna be perfect.
Yes.
I think so too. I truly couldn't be happier with my wife, my children, and our whole beautiful family. It's already a wonderful anniversary. There were ahs and sweet comments from the group gathered around the couple of the hour. Seeing how your moms were, you couldn't help but hope that when you got to be their age, that you could be as proud of your life as them. After that, you enthusiastically began setting up plans to meet with your friends. They were both able to come see you, having kept their schedules free for this, and you couldn't wait. Cove was also speedily sending text messages. Since you conveyed the plans to Tara and Randy, you imagined that he was letting his parents know about what he was going to be up to. The group continued to chat and catch up until it was time for your mom's brunch and your big meetup with your friends. Soon enough, everyone was out the door, looking forward to their fun-filled afternoons and the dinner later that night. I just can't get over how pretty he is in this chapter. I mean, look at him. He's absolutely gorgeous. I mean, he was always pretty, but he's absolutely gorgeous now. Outside on the neighborhood street, you looked at Cove. He stood at your side with a bent smile. Tara and Randy were driving into town while you and Cove were traveling on foot to meet them at an easier-to-reach spot. Man, we really are kids in Sunset Bird again, having to rely on other people who actually have cars to really get anywhere. Now we're stuck walking to whatever's nearby. No, we're reverting back to infancy. We never drive anyways. We never drive anyways. Cove rolled his eyes, landing them on you amusedly. Fine, you're right. I do like walking. Let's go. You bounced forward several steps and shot Cove a playful look over your shoulder. With that, the two of you began your trip down the old road. It was a casual stroll into town, and before you knew it, you were at one of the large parking lots in Sunset Bird. It was the one that used to have the little crepe stall. Remembering the delicious smell, you got lost in thought. The store did well enough that it moved into a full-size building a couple years ago now. You'd seen pictures. It was very cute. The parking lot was now just, well, an empty lot that cars could theoretically park in. Not that many took the offer. Cove pulled out his phone, texting Tara and Randy in a group chat to let them know you'd made it. Someone must have answered already because Cove gave you a status update, while still staring at the screen. Randy texted, "I can see you." Oh. The blare of a car horn cut you off. You and Cove both turned towards the source of the noise. One of the windows rolled down.
Hey, buddies.
Your friends had arrived, making a spectacle of it, as expected. Being the only car meant that they got the pick of the lot, so they pulled to a stop in front of you. The window closed back up, and instead the two front doors popped open. Tara and Miranda stepped out onto the pavement. Hi, Cove. Hi, June. With a cheery wave, Miranda skipped towards you. Terry, on the other hand, walked speedily over to Cove, squeezing him into a hug. A quiet laugh escaped Cove, along with the majority of the air in his lungs. He didn't fight the constriction, but instead gave Terry's back a pat with a large grin spreading across his face. Oh, he looks so cute. That's a nice shirt too. I like the shirt. Although, I say that, but I don't actually like wearing, bright white shirts. Anyways, when you let Cove go, Terry came right up to you. He held his fist up for you to bump it. You smacked his fist with a high five to make it turkey. No fist bump. You pressed forward, meeting Terry's knuckles with a light pop. He greeted you with a satisfied grin. It felt so nice to have your friend group reunited as adults. Terry was currently a full-time lifeguard down at the busier beach town over. You're proud of him. He'd helped a lot of people in his line of work. Miranda took Cove's hand and one of yours in her other. Her eyes alight, she gave you both a gentle squeeze.
So great.
I'm so happy to see you again. Hey Terry, hi Miranda. He answered assuredly. It was clear that he was equally glad to see them. This reunion was long awaited. For a while, Miranda had been... Let's see if I can read. I'll be honest, looked at Cove and got distracted. He's just too pretty. Anywho, for a while, Miranda had been working hard as an assistant at a school while continuing her own education. She also kept busy running a small online shop selling crafted knickknacks she made. Oh, that's fun. You look so cute. She does look pretty cute, but I'll say, I feel like I'm saying the same thing to everyone, but it's true. It's good to see you too. You were thrilled to have this impromptu afternoon together. It had been way too long since the four of you last got together like this. Miranda released your hands. Giggling, she eyed you both carefully. So, how have you been?
It's nice.
Things have been nice. Everything's perfect. Well, let's go with it's fantastic.
That's cool.
Yeah, I'm really glad for you. You stood more confidently and straightened your back. That made her giggle again. You're sparkling. What about you? I'm super. Terry sidled up to Miranda and put his arm around her shoulders. Sighing dreamily, Randy chuckled up at her boyfriend. Yeah, things have been unbelievable. He pressed his cheek against Miranda's and she let out a light squeal. The sight put an amused grin on your face. Aw, they're so cute together. Your friends made a wonderful couple. They knew each other well and cared about each other so much. It was no shock at all when you heard the news that they'd started dating. The corner of your mouth curled playfully while you took in the warm welcomes all around. At times, it was still kind of funny how your group of 4 friends evolved into 2 couples. That is pretty adorable. Not that you were complaining about it, you thought it was an amazing thing. Cove then pulled his phone out and peeked at the screen. He repeated the motion every so often. He raised a curious eyebrow at his unusual behavior. Cove was too focused on what he was doing to even notice you noticing him, which was even stranger.
So...
Is there anything either of you two want to do while we're here? Any place you want to see? I'd be up for a lot of things, but actually there is something that I want to do right here. Oh yeah? What's that? Terry poked at Cove's arm playfully. Miranda met your eye, silently asking if you had any idea what Cove was talking about. You shrugged. I just want to see my friends. Huh. Cove, you're already doing that.
Well...
True, but I could be doing it even more. You, Terry, and Miranda all turned to Cove with identical incredulous expressions. His stare moved to a point past you 3, and you heard the scrape of sand and gravel underfoot. Someone else stepped into the parking lot. Startled, you jumped at the call of the warm voice shouting over.
Sup, guys and gals?
Whoa, he's so big now. Hey, Derek. Running a hand through his hair, the person who crossed the lot was unmistakably Derek Suarez. He was beaming the whole way. It's been too long, even though it hasn't actually been that long, but long enough. Oh man, hunk alert. I'll just say, Derek. You screeched his name and waved with both arms to welcome in. Bashful Derek scratched the back of his head. You're here. Here in the flesh.
I missed you.
He spoke to you gently. You were thrilled just being there, reunited with him. Derek was a good friend of yours, and he had been for a long time. Hey. He waved over at Tara and Miranda pleasantly. Over the years, they had all met several times in passing, simply through being friends with the same people. Sup, big man? Hi, it's great you could come. Cove put himself next to Derek. Happily clapped a hand on his friend's shoulder. Hi, thanks for coming.
Thanks.
Of course, thanks for inviting me. Sheepishly, Cove looked back at you and the others. That's when it clicked in your mind. It wasn't his parents that he was texting earlier. It was Derek the entire time. Derek is in town for a few months to help my dad and his dad with some work. Yep, I'm working on my own business thing too, but I'm still involved with running the scuba shop when it's called for.
Very nifty.
Humming, Derek elbowed Cove.
So?
But hey, we don't have to stand around here for my sake. What's the plan? Let's hit the town. Eager to get going, everyone piled into Terry's car. The rest of the afternoon was spent visiting spots all over Sunset Bird, laughing and reminiscing the whole way. Once it started to get late, Terry brought you and Cove back to the neighborhood. You didn't have to walk there after all. You didn't get out until promises were made to see each other again before your trip ended. Side by side, you and Cove stood in the street and waved at the car as it drove away. Terry tapped the horn for 2 honks while Miranda stuck her hand out the window to wave back. You caught Derek in the back window, giving you both a wide grin. Sighing as soon as the car turned down another street, they were finally out of sight. Well, that was one party. Time for another. Ready to go see your moms? Okay, this is making my introverted self tired. 2 parties back to back. Okay, let's go. Always, let's keep the celebration going. You shimmied a bit right there in the street for added emphasis. He looked at you amusedly and rolled his eyes. Come on, let's go. Spirits high, you and Cove crossed the distance to your house. It was almost time for the anniversary dinner. You barely stepped over the threshold of the condo before Mom descended, eagerly welcoming you both. The usual greetings were followed by questions on everyone's well-being, after which the conversation moved on to exciting chat about tonight's dinner plans. Cove excused himself to the restroom to freshen up before being on the move again. He's so pretty. I can't how pretty he is. But when he returned, you were shocked to see he had entirely changed outfits. Where did that come from? I packed it with me so I could get dressed before the dinner without having to go back to the hotel. Didn't you? Or maybe you have stuff still here at your mom's place? No, Cove, I didn't do that.
Huh.
But your mom's party's at the country club. And that's also where Liz took golf lessons. Not everyone is in their Sunday best. This is like those summer soirees where they were having a real party. We're only going for a regular meal. Cove was befuddled by your explanation, as you were with his actions. He threw his arm up, desperate for understanding.
Seriously?
How can you not dress nice for a country club? Valid question. I don't think the Cypress is as special as you've decided it is. You saw Ma, she wasn't in formal clothes, and she's one of the guests of honor. You realize now that whenever you went to the country club on a normal day, it was family time with just you, Liz, and your moms. Each time Cove came, there had been more exciting things going on. You never would have thought of that before, but his perspective suddenly made a lot more sense. His frown wobbled and his cheeks became far pinker. He looked down at his own self regrettably as he pulled out the cuffed ends of his shirt. He seemed more like a scolded child than a grown man dressed for the latest charity gala. I thought she was going to get changed while you and me were. Ma? No way, she'd need a lot more time than that. Well, yeah, we'll do this. Well, it's okay, you look very nice. I mean, he does. He looks amazing. That earned you a sheepish smile, though he still clearly wished his looks hadn't garnered any extra attention. I can't talk. Cole's eyes stole a glance at the hall, as if he was calculating if he'd had time for another quick change. Unfortunately for him, it was not meant to be. The time to head out came far quicker than you'd expected. What is Mr. Holden wearing? I'm sorry, buddy, but that look just does not work well for you. Cliff and Kira swung by the condo to make sure everything was in order. And for your second surprise that night, Cliff was also in formal clothes. Cole's face excitedly whipped towards yours at the same time. Cliff went to Kira's. The two men pointed at one another. See, he knows. Exactly, sport. Kira was talking to me like I was crazy. I mean, you are kind of crazy, but it also makes sense. It's fine. The aforementioned Kira placed a hand delicately yet dramatically across her eyes. Clifford, our son only knows this because you were the one who raised him. Cliff chuckled, his arm moving to scratch the back of his neck. Yeah, that's my boy. The ends of Cove's mouth gently bent up. He truly was his father's kid in more ways than even he realized. They may be the only ones in the group, potentially the only guests at the entire club, all gussied up, but at least they could now take solace in one another. That looked to be good enough for them. All the members of your family headed out at the same time to the Cypress. It was to be a perfect reunion. An impeccably smart host greeted you on arrival, smoothly leading the way to the set of tables reserved for your group. Once you all settled in, chosen drinks were poured into delicate glasses. The food would be coming out later, letting you soak up the atmosphere a little longer. Smiling, your parents faced their group of familiar faces, all gathered here together to share this special day with them. Mom reached over and took Ma's hand, clasping it between both of hers.
Thanks.
Thanks for being here tonight, gang. Marrying this lady right here is the best thing I've ever done, and there's no one else I'd want to celebrate that with. Yes, we're so lucky. Not only do we have each other, but we've got such a large and loving family through all of you. Around you heard people saying "ah" and chuckling appreciatively at the comment. Leanne clasped her hands tightly in front of her, eyes shining. Your eyes met Liz's misty ones, and the affection she had for her mom's carried over to you too. You returned your attention towards the happy couple just as they leaned in to kiss, smiling all the while. The table responded with cheers and clapping, shouts of happy anniversary and other congratulations, continuing even after they'd broken apart. Mom beamed as she watched Ma giggle dreamily.
Oh!
Cove's head snapped up suddenly and he placed both hands flat on the table. Dad! He narrowed his eyes as he stared at his father. I know what you did. Are you really bringing this up now? Your dad's eyes were wide as he glanced around nervously, looking genuinely confused. What? What did I do? You offered June $20 to be my friend. There was perplexed mumbling as the table started asking the neighbors about the sudden accusation. None looked more baffled than Cliff, who scratched his head as he screwed up his face in intense concentration.
Huh?
When did that happen? Of course he doesn't even remember it. Cove threw his hands up in the air. Behind him you saw Kira's glances heading away from nearby tables. The first time you met. The memory returned to Cliff. You saw it clearly in his expression, which flickered like an old dusty light bulb, from pensiveness to realization. Oh, yeah. He winked at you, then plastered on a sheepish grin before turning back to his son. That's starting to ring some bells. My old master plan. Sorry, sport. Cove slumped back down in his seat, the fight leaving him in face of his father's total lack of shame. Sighing, he shook his head.
Unreal.
Apologize to June. Cliff's expression went somber, and as he looked you straight on. He usually was so laid back, especially now that Cove was old enough to get himself out of most trouble. That was a little unnerving. He opened his mouth. You braced yourself for this apology. Instead, he gave you a thumbs up. Wow, he really is shameless.
Thanks.
Thanks for letting me get away with it this whole time. You're my true ally. No, that is not why I did it, Cliff. Is there going to be an option to facepalm? Because that's what needs to happen right now. Oh my god, Dad. Why is there not an option to facepalm? Because that's what he deserves right now. He's just being a goofball. I mean, we're not really bashful about the tension. We'll just say it was worth the money. Kira rubbed the bridge of her nose, her eyes closed, yet she didn't seem surprised in the least. You could always suppose she had enough direct experience with Cliff's antics to be inured to new revelations. The ladies of your family, on the other hand, were shooting each other questioning glances, mouths hung open, but they were uncharacteristically quiet. Mom was blinking rapidly, still reeling from the back and forth between father and son. While none of your family seemed entirely sure how to react to the news, one thing was clear. Cliff had pretty much escaped trouble, all thanks to you keeping quiet for so long. The waiters reappeared, delivering delicious plates of food, and the dinner began in earnest. Both conversation and laughter continued to flow freely as the night went on, with the two families relishing the opportunity to be together once more. Eventually, after your hunger and thirst had been fully satisfied, the plates were cleared and the event began to draw to a close. Cliff and Kira exchanged goodbyes with your family before heading out together. Cove gave his goodbyes to his parents while hanging back until your moms were ready to head off. You were getting a lift back with your moms. It was already late, so you discussed the possibilities of going straight to the hotel rather than going back to the condo, but Cove had asked if they'd mind taking it back to the neighborhood. You'd wanted to visit a little longer. Your moms had happily agreed. Liz and Lee were feeling tired, so your moms hung by the hotel during the trip home while you and Cove made the full journey with them. How did all these people fit in this car? Isn't this a 5-person car and there are currently 6 people in it? Anyways, we'll just ignore that little detail. Riding in the backseat of your mom's car with Cove felt more than a little nostalgic. As your eyes drifted over to him, his head rested on the window, it was hard to believe how much time had passed. Mom stretched as she got out of the car, smiling over her shoulder as she headed towards the house. Time to put my feet up. You two joining us? Cove shook his head. No thanks, it's your anniversary. You don't have to entertain me. I'll take a walk. It's never any trouble to have you over, Cove.
You alright with that?
Let him do as he pleases, Lonnie. But you better not stay out too much later, or there'll be trouble. Ma chuckled as Mom waggled her finger, her expression exaggeratedly severe as she reprised her role that, in truth, she'd never really played. Neither of your parents had been particularly harsh as you'd grown up. Ma joined in the act. Don't go too wild just because there's no school tomorrow. Laughing, they made their way inside, leaving you standing out in the dark street with Cove. You didn't even need to ask him why. You already had the answer for this. He wasn't yet ready for the day to end. Without a word, Cove began to stroll down the road. You walked alongside him. Oh, the beach. It's so pretty. I love the beach. You'd known your destination long before you arrived on the dark, utterly deserted beach. There were no lights down here, nothing but the moon and the stars for illumination. The only sounds were the gentle waves rolling in and out, and the soft sound of the footsteps you left in the sand. In other words, it was perfect. Cove stepped out into the waves without a word. He looked up at the sky with a smile, then tucked his head down and began to pull his fancy shirt off. He tucked it over his head and lobbed it backwards, further up the beach and out of reach of the waves. What are you doing? I didn't know I'd be getting a show. Or wait for me. We'll go with what are you doing? I don't know when I'll have another chance to swim at this beach. Might as well take the chance while it's here. Oh, we're going swimming at night on the beach. Okay. Sure, why not? Cove slipped his dress pants off and tossed them back in roughly the same direction as his shirt. He was down to just his polka dot boxer briefs. Sometimes you are really struck by the ways in which he was braver than his younger self. This was definitely one of those times. He never ever would have done this when you were both living on the street, but you also know he still wouldn't do it with anyone, or with anyone other than someone he'd spent all those years with. You took off your shirt so that you could swim. Cove waded further into the water until it came up to his chest. You unfastened your clothes and left them behind you, just as Cove had done moments before. You didn't even bother to see where they'd fallen before following him deeper into the sea. Cove grinned as you approached. I'm gonna be in so much trouble with my mom's when we get back.
I guess.
Oh yeah? Oh well. Think fast. He splashed water at you as soon as the words had left his lips, giving you no time to prepare. He was being so playful tonight. The splash had caught you full on, leaving you spluttering and drenched. You're a child. Now obviously you splash him back. Seeing what you were doing, Cove put his hands up for protection. It was no use. The water washed over him, leaving his hair soaked through. Cove sighed, then looked at you mournfully. The sudden shift in mood alarmed you, but those words disappeared as soon as he opened his mouth. Cove, you're adorable. We're still not merfolk. The world is cruel. You snickered. After a moment, Cove's mock sadness broke, and he joined in. The two of you wound up drifting further down along the shoreline, chatting and enjoying the chance to be on the beach that had provided the backdrop for so much of your childhood. Eventually, a silhouette of structures appeared up ahead. As you drew closer, you realized it was the old playground. Cove spotted too and hurried towards it, dragging himself out of the water and heading to the park. Wet sand coated his feet and lower legs with every step, clinging thickly enough that it began to resemble a bizarre pair of boots. As you followed him, you wondered how many visitors this little park got these days. There were officially no children living in the neighborhood now. Cove gazed at his surroundings in wide-eyed awe. He didn't care at all that he was soaking wet and dressed only in his underwear. Crouching, he gently pushed one of the child-sized swing seats, marveling at it all.
Wow.
I can't talk. I can't believe how tiny everything is. Were you seriously small enough to use these? He shook his head, unable to fathom just how little you'd both been when you first met. Then walked over to the monkey bars. Once these had been a challenge for you, now they were a little more than waist height next to Cove. Cove turned his back to the bars and hopped up on them with ease, sitting on them comfortably. Do we sit on the bars with him or stand in front of him? You stood in front of him. It was strange seeing adult Cove juxtaposed with the baby playground. This place had been something so exciting to Cove back when he first arrived, and apparently it was to this day. Cove smiled eagerly as you approached, kicking his feet in the air happily, briefly forgetting the low vantage point until the tip of his toe scraped along the ground. He continued to swing his feet, but with a little more care. You thought it was adorable. In this moment, you were home. It just so happened to be the place you'd grown up, but really anywhere you could be with Cove was that for you. He had held a special place in your heart for so long, and so much of your life had been shared. You'd grown up on the same street, which had given you some common ground, but it went far beyond that. You both had chosen from a young age to share your life with each other. You wouldn't have it any other way. Here we are again. Here we are. The mood had shifted now. The funny, impulsive night beach trip with the spike of adrenaline that came from you playing in the water under the moonlight had settled into something quieter and more nostalgic. Cove leaned back, tilting his head towards the sky to admire the stars above. The dinner was really nice. It was great to do all this. The smile he had when he spoke those words fell as quickly as it appeared. It went by so fast. We all came out here for the party, and it's over. Liz, Lee, our parents, we'll all be going back to our own things now. But what else can we do except say it's okay? I guess it's part of growing up. This place and these people, they're our foundation. It shaped who we are now, like making castles out of sand. I owe a lot to Sunset Bird. His eyes crinkled fondly, and Cove's voice was gentle when he spoke again. We had a good childhood, I think. I think so too.
It's nice.
Yeah, this is a nice place to grow up. He shook his head, sighing heavily. All right. His smile took on an uncharacteristically harsh twist. You had a feeling where this was going. We better get home before your dumb parents, who don't know anything, get mad. He had to laugh at the half-hearted impression of young Jeremy, the boy you met in this fairy park. He chuckled along with you for a moment before tapering off. I hope we don't get grounded. The jokes kept coming. It was very amusing to imagine that not only could your moms somehow ground you as a fully grown and independent adult, but that their powers extended over Cove as well. As much as you were enjoying being back here, Cove was right. You had to accept that you needed to go now. It was late, and your moms were still expecting to see you before you got a ride back to the hotel. Cove hopped down from the bars, landing easily on the ground only a short distance below. Before you could return, you had some clothes to retrieve from the beach. You each trod the same path, following the footprints down to the shore. You'd left in the sand only a little while earlier. Once you and Cove had scrounged up your abandoned clothes, you started to walk up the old path home, side by side. So did we get dressed first, or just I guess we are still wet and sandy, makes sense. Droplets of water slipped down your skin and fell onto the road as you made your way back to your mom's house. As you and Cove were still soaked and sandy from your early adventure, it was likely that you were leaving quite the trail in your wake. But you'd seen Cove's bedroom growing up. It was only natural for him. The air was slightly humid, already pleasantly dense with moisture that felt like a hug as it closed around you. Any damp footsteps that were left behind would take longer to dry in this weather. The signs of your adventure might even be visible when the sun came up the next day. You hoped so. You quite liked the idea of you and Cove leaving your mark in your hometown again, even if only for a little while. Despite being soaked through and mostly undressed, the balmy summer night prevented you from feeling any chill. You were entirely comfortable. In truth, you felt warm inside and out. The day had been so lovely, spending time with friends and family, and your eyes drifted over to Cove. Cove, your spouse. Just seeing him brought a smile to your face. You make me so happy, or I love you. Those are both good responses. Go with Cove, you make me so happy. Cove turned to you, his eyes wide and adoring, and he bit his lip as he smiled shyly. You could tell that your words had touched him. I feel the same way exactly. He held your gaze for a moment longer, looking straight at you as he spoke again.
I love you.
Aww. I kissed him. Catching him by the hand, you stopped Cove in his tracks and pulled him close. Your heart somersaulted as your lips met. At this moment, with the quiet seaside town at rest, it felt like it was just the two of you in the world. Cove returned the kiss, gently cradling your head with his hand until you broke apart. You were full of joy. All other concerns and the day-to-day stresses of normal life were squeezed out by it. All you could think of that moment was how your life was wonderful. Every second and every day needed to end sometime, and that time had nearly come for tonight. You had to get at least some rest and bring it all to a close. And so the two of you went inside to say goodnight to your moms, as well as clean yourselves up as best you could. Your moms, both in pajamas, ready for their own sleep, hooted with laughter as you came inside, disheveled and damp, and their teasing continued until the car came to get you to the hotel. Cove stayed silent as he put his casual clothes on again, placing the formal ones back in the bag he brought them in. You'd given Mom and Ma plenty of material for a mock scolding, and you got a playful lecture about not getting into the water without bothering to change first. You just grinned at your partner in crime, feeling like a naughty kid again. It had been worth it. By the time you and Cove finally dragged yourselves to your hotel room for the night, the sky had been dark for some time, and the lonely hotel hallways were quiet. The late hour made you feel a sense of fulfillment. You really were making the most of your trip. It was such an odd thought that this was almost over. You had settled into this new routine naturally. All the familiar streets and faces made everything easy to get used to. The two of you drowsily shuffled past an ice machine and into your room. Cove set his phone on his bedside table and you followed suit. You both started settling in for the night. The hotel room was a welcome sight after your long day. You noticed Cove rubbed the back of his neck and yawned. His voice was quiet and distant. I hope the pet sitter is doing good. The wish wasn't exactly directed to you. It was just a sleepy thought that Cove had unleashed upon the world at large, but you still agreed. I hope so too. Cove still kept fish after all these years. Delightful, colorful things in huge aquariums. He spent a lot of time when he wanted to relax just watching them swim. Though they weren't just his, the two of you were raising them together in the place you shared. Of course, with you both gone, the fish had needed someone to take care of them. Cove asked one of your responsible neighbors to handle the job. You were glad to have a decent pet sitter. Cove wasn't the only one who loved those fish. Cove's anxiety about leaving them hadn't subsided. Over the vacation, you had caught him a few times texting the pet sitter and asking about his fish. It'll be okay. Cove turned his head to you, the nervousness still coming off despite his exhaustion. I know what you mean, but you chose that person for a reason. You trust them. But they're all fine. They just miss you. Cove smiled, appreciative of your comfort. You nod in satisfaction. Mission accomplished. Cove yawned widely. He seemed confused at the magnitude of it. He groggily blinked at you. I think it's time for bed. You glanced at your watch. It really was astonishingly late. Yeah, Cove, that's an understatement. The two of you got changed and brushed your teeth. In no time at all, both of you were cozy and ready to sleep. After that, you flopped onto your side of the shared bed. Cove headed over to his side, and you felt the mattress dip under his weight. You tucked yourself under the covers, and Cove snuggled in close to the middle. You turned on your side to face him and scooted slightly closer, your noses almost touching, and Cove watched you with a soft expression on his face. Cove gently spoke, his words like a lullaby.
Good night.
Night. Cove's eyes fluttered shut, and he let out a contented sigh. There was a warmth from Cove's body next to you. He was right there. His presence was alluring you really wanted your hands on him, or his presence was comforting, perfect for lulling you to sleep? We'll do that one. Your eyes fell... I can read. Your eyes fell closed sometime after. You're not sure exactly when, only the fact that they were now too heavy to open. You felt a mixture of bitter and sweet emotions. You were happy to be here, but sad it was ending. There was relief that you would soon be in your own home again, but also wondering when you could return. There were many more feelings swirling around your head that hadn't even crystallized into thoughts yet. Paradoxically, you felt nice, but also confused. But then also nice from the confusion. In the back of your mind, you realized that you really must be tired. Unsurprisingly, your exhaustion did not give you too much time to muse on your emotions, and in what felt like seconds, you were already dreaming. The dreams dancing around your head became fragmented and faded until you couldn't remember a thing about them at all. You were growing more aware of the real world. I'm gonna say I woke up on your own. How did you squeeze your eyes shut? I mean, I'm normally a morning person, but after a late night... Nah, we're gonna say I opened your eyes with a smile. I usually wake up pretty easily. Well, sort of. I do sometimes hit snooze for like an hour. But I could wake up easily if I needed to. Sure, we'll go with that. Your rough plans for the day wormed their way into your mind, rubbing the sleepy seeds away you were looking forward to today. You sat up fully with a big yawn, stretching your back, then your arms, and last your neck before accepting the day. The blanket fell to the side while you swung your legs over the side of the bed. A part of it almost got caught on your foot, but you kicked it away. Cove slipped out of bed on the opposite side. Today would be your last day in Sunset Bird. The only thing you had planned was some family time in the old neighborhood. You figured you'd see where the day took you from there. Yawning again, you glanced over at Yawning again, you glanced over at your clothes. There was just one more day to live out of your bag. I don't have anything clean left, but oh well. Sure. Hey, Cove, is there anything you'd like to see me in today? No, you'll look nice in whatever you wear. You always do. Aw. You knew from the tone of his voice that Cove was sincere, and his praise warmed your chest. Alright, let's get things going. Our families are waiting. Nodding, you and Cove swiftly finished getting ready in the small hotel room. As soon as you had your stuff together, you were ready to go. Nope, that's not what that says. As soon as you had your stuff together and you were ready to go, you were off. During the ride there, you and Cove decided to visit his dad's house first this time. When you got dropped off, Cove eagerly hopped out into the street with his eyes locked on his father's condo. Your gaze fell on your spouse. He stood in the middle of the street where you grew up together, while the summer sun made him shine. Though he was the brightest light in your eyes no matter what. A playful grin spread across your face. It was a beautiful day and a beautiful boy. That is so cute. Cove strode up to his old front door and casually flung it open without bothering to knock once again. You followed at his side as he poked his head in. You closed the door behind you both. Hello! You found Cliff and Kieran. I don't think that's how he said that. I don't know why I said it like that. Anyways, you found Cliff and Kieran in the kitchen, getting breakfast ready. Kira was cutting an apple while Cliff was watching a frying pan sizzle. Cove's parents waved from across the room, not straying from their tasks. Good morning, you two. Yeah, morning, and hello to you. I hope you slept well.
Thanks.
Thanks for swinging by. You're more than welcome to join us for breakfast here if you haven't already eaten, of course. We haven't, though even if we had, there's always room for more. Kira chuckled. She put down the knife she had in her hand so that all her attention could be on her son. You're still my giant growing baby boy. Mom, please. Kira didn't pay Cove's whining any mind. Instead, she put a finger up to her lip as she thought, her eyes on you and then glimpsing towards the window.
What do you think?
I wonder. Do you think your family's eaten yet, June? I'm not sure. Cove and I came over here first. Your eyes flickered over to the clock on their oven. Given the times, your moms may have eaten, or they could be having a slower morning. It was a coin toss either way. We'll give them a call. They should come over. Cove nodded, a sage expression on his face. Making them breakfast is the least we could do after how much food I ate at their house growing up.
Right.
True, bud. Very true. Alright. You took out your phone. Even though your moms both had cells for years, the house number was the one that you had memorized as a kid, and the first entry in your contacts list. As the call connected, you tapped the speaker button. You figured it would be easier if everyone could hear what was going on. You heard a click and familiar static.
Hello.
Hello, June. It's nice to hear from you. Hey, Ma. Good morning. I'm across the street right now, and Co's family wanted me to invite everyone to breakfast. Do you want to come over? That sounds delightful. Pamela and I can do that. Liz and Lee should be able to make it too. Will that be fine? Cliff took a step forward and spoke loudly so his voice would be picked up. It definitely would be. The more the merrier.
Marvelous.
We may have gotten together for dinner last night, but there's no law that we can't do it again for breakfast today. Enjoy the company where you can is what I think. Ma giggled and you could hear some rustling over the line. Thank you. I'll let them know and we'll be right over. Cliff gave a thumbs up. Cove shook his head with amusement. Dad just gave a thumbs up. I'm telling you since you can't see him over the phone. Kira snorted and Ma's laughter rang out, filling the kitchen. Cliff switched the thumbs up hand to instead scratch the back of his head.
See you.
Well, it sounds like we'll see you soon. Goodbye for a little while. You could feel her smile from her voice. Bye, Ma. You ended the call with a satisfied tap of the red button, Cliff's eyes wandering around the space. We better get cooking.
Sounds good.
I can help. Me too. No way, you're guests. And that kitchen doesn't look that big. Kira and I have got this. She grinned. There was something playful in the twist of her lips.
Right.
I couldn't have said it better myself, Cliff. I've been in your spot before. There's no choice but to accept it. Cove sighed, but from the sparkle in his eyes, you could see that he was entertained. Fine, we'll just hang out over here, I guess. Good. Cove walked over to the living room and gestured at the couch. You both took a seat, getting a comfortable spot to wait for food and family. Cove tilted towards his parents with his chin, then shook his head with a gentle smile, silently asking if you could believe this. All you had was a silent shrug. Time passed, filled with light chatting. Cove kept a careful watch on his parents' culinary progress and teasingly kept a running commentary. Oh, Dad added another pinch of salt. I wonder if it was a good idea. Cove had raised his voice to project over the living room. He sounded very amused. It's funny that you of all people are commenting on my salt usage. We were both born and raised in salt water. Besides, I'm sure you remember back when you were about 12 and tried to make... Cove flustered slightly, but his smile remained as bright as ever. Do you really want to start talking about cooking mistakes, Dad? Because I remember a lot of things too. Like, what about that chowder that was supposed to be... Wait, what? What about that chowder that was supposed to be a pie? Honestly, that's kind of impressive that you managed to turn a pie into a chowder. Cove and his family were quite a show to listen to. You chimed in occasionally, but mostly provided the laugh track. Eventually, there was a rhythmic knock on the door.
Oh!
That's them. He said loudly for his parents' benefit. You nodded and got up to greet up your family. When you opened the door, surprisingly, there were no moms. Terry stood in front with Miranda at his side. Derek waved from behind them. Hey buddies, we came to see you two before you left. The plan would have been to go over to Jun's house next if you weren't here. Luckily, you two weren't too hard to find. What he said, and hi. Cove burst into happy laughter. His brows were high in surprise, not unlike how he looked after unwrapping a nice present. Wow, thanks for coming. Hello. Kia's voice carried through the house from the kitchen. Cliff likewise projected. Great, the whole gang will be here. You heard the sound of a cabinet opening and shut. A pan clattered and the faucet turned on.
Are we interrupting something?
My parents, sister, and cousins are coming over for breakfast. They should be here in a few minutes. Yep, but my dad always makes a ton of food anyways. It's no problem for you guys to join. Cove waved off their concerns before pausing with a thoughtful hum. Only real problem is, do we have enough places for all these people to sit? He peered back into the house and started counting the dining room table chairs and bar stools. 5, 6... Cliff interrupted when Cove began, trying to use his fingers to connect the different chairs to different guests.
No worries.
Don't worry, some people can squish together on the sofas. It'll be fine. This really is going to be a party. Well, I'd be happy to accept the invitation.
Yeah.
Yeah, you'd have to be crazy to skip out on this. I mean, yeah, never say no to free breakfast.
Thanks.
Thanks for making room. We're really glad that you came. Your three friends finally piled into the house. Before they had a chance to settle in, the doorbell rang. Only Miranda had sat down.
All right.
Now that has to be them. People laughed as he walked back over to the door and opened it. He was right this time. It was your parents, Liz and Lee, all crowded on the front steps. They squinted into the house and were surprised at just how many greetings were said. The sheer force of the chorus of hellos was impressive.
What?
How do they beat us here? How early did June call you? We're literally across the street. Terry snorted at your sister's confusion. He seemed quite pleased with himself. We were a surprise. We called ourselves.
Cool.
Very cool. Cove smirked as he adjusted the settings on the Cliff smirked as he adjusted the settings on the stovetop. It's a little more crowded than expected, but we're making it work. Cove led the final group to complete the picture inside, and they took the chance to greet you along with everyone else. When the excited energy buzzing around the table started to calm, you had a second to truly appreciate this view. The most important people in your life all together again. It still felt too good to be true to have everyone here. And then you noticed that Kira stood back up. She clapped her hands once in a satisfying smack.
Any whoosies?
I hate to interrupt, but I thought you wanted to know that the food's done cooking. Cliff crossed the floor. Cliff crossed the floor to place a pile of silverware on the table, and then he dropped stuff off on the other surfaces around the rest of the living room. When he was done, he gestured towards the food. Oh dear, this is making me really hungry.
Okay.
I need food. That's okay. Okay. Yes. The plates are in the kitchen. Serve yourselves and sit wherever you'd like. The guests happily formed a line, and the meal was steadily passed around. Before long, each person claimed a seat in the Holden living room area. Some at the table, others on the kitchen island, and some situated at the couches. Conversation trickled across the various clusters of friends as everyone dug in. Cove finished his plate in record time with a pleased sigh. He put his fork down and surveyed the room. This is really cool, just how we're getting to do this kind of thing. I like this too, Cove. I hope we'll be able to make this happen again. Of course, there'll always be more reasons to get the gang back together in the future. Yes, the two of you might even dare to celebrate your yearly anniversary, gasp, every year. The smirk on Liz's face grew only wider as your moms giggled at her teasing. Ma shook her head, chuckling softer now.
Shush.
True.
Honestly, we just might. You've made a good point. It does come around every year. You should. Seriously, you deserve a big celebration for your magical day. The kids are right. You've got a lot of people who want to appreciate you. You've got to give them a chance. It's true. I know I have a lot to thank you for. There were more nods of agreement around the room, and your moms took each other's hands for support. Neither were expecting so much encouragement. We'll think about it. She'll think about it, and I'll tell Lonnie to stop thinking so hard if she doesn't agree. Pam.
Good.
Good job, Mom. Now, with that settled, let us continue to enjoy this perfect gathering. Agreed. There was a playfulness in Kira's stare as she scanned the room. She slowly placed her index finger on her chin. Now that I think of it, there's something I haven't done in a while. Eyebrows were raised at Kira's incomplete thought. She was wordlessly urged to continue. Kira didn't hesitate. Look through all the photos Cliff has here. Wouldn't that be fun for all of us? Maybe not all of us. What? Mom, why would you say that? Practically all those photos are of me.
Very cute.
And that's why. Embarrassing my baby boy is one of the perks of being a mom. Much to Ko's dismay, his mom was thoroughly entertained at his outburst. She winked in your direction. Don't put this decision on me, please. Meanwhile, Cliff eagerly stood up and waved a with a wave of proud affection for his son, and completely missed Kira's teasing intent.
Oh.
I think that's a great idea. Anyone else interested in the pictures?
Yeah!
Lee shot her hand up before Cliff could even take a full step. Terry and Miranda snuck each other glances before nodding with matching grins. That sounds swell.
That's fantastic.
That'll be lovely, Cliff. Mom tried to hide her amusement behind her hand, but she couldn't stop the snicker that slipped out. Oh boy. Poor Cove, everyone loves to pick on you. We'll side with Cove. Only out of love. A snort and giggle slipped out of Liz before she could hide her mouth with her hand. She shook her head, feeling embarrassed by Kira's knowing smile and unwavering gaze. Of course. Cove buried his face in his hands and sighed slowly, his shoulders deflating in defeat. Fine, we can take a look. Everyone happy with picture time? Yay!
Fun!
They both excitedly raised a fist in victory. Smaller cheers worked their way around the room. Your friends and family were delighted with this turn of events. Dad flipped open his faded album of physical pictures. He held it up to his face, the corners of his eyes crinkling. And though the book covered much of his face, you were certain he was smiling fondly. But he didn't keep it to himself long, laying the family album on the dining table. You and the rest of the party gathered around to get a peek. Aww, little baby Cove. The first picture on the first page was baby Cove in a cute little onesie. There were several coos and ahs from their group, and Cliff's eyes were shining with tears as he sniffled. He's grown so much. That's my darling angel. Even as a baby, you looked unimpressed. He just smiled, enjoying the view. It was even weird to observe everyone else's reactions. They continued to praise and tease Cove over his younger years. Meeting Cove's stare, his pout deepened, the tips of his ears turning pinker the longer you noticed him. He wasn't enjoying the acute attention, and you understood that feeling, but you could also tell that he wasn't as distressed about it as he was projecting. Cove was, fittingly, acting a bit like a baby. After breakfast and the photo showcase, everyone decided to stick around. Hanging around Mr. Holden's house turned into taking a walk around the neighborhood, and then for lunch you switched over to your mom's condo. It was a really good time, enjoying each other's company, but eventually the sun began to set, and there was nothing else to delay your friends and family from going home. Inside the mom's house, the home you had been raised in, the group was taking their time saying their goodbyes. It was tough for you, your family, your friends. You knew what was weighing on the mood. It might be some time before you'd see one another again. It was a pleasure having you all here, and you're welcome to come around again anytime. Ma wrapped an arm around Mom with a light chuckle. Mom leaned her head gently into her wife, and they both beamed.
I appreciate it.
Absolutely. I know we're all adults with our own hectic lives, but we appreciate the time taken to visit. Snorting, Liz crossed her arms. She leaned one hip out to the side while her lips curled teasingly. You make it sound like this is such a struggle. Some of these people still live here. And it was a vacation for everyone else. Even so, it was very thoughtful, and I hope everyone has a safe trip home. Kira clapped a hand on Cliff's shoulder. He was puzzled as she leaned in so he could hear her. That means you too. It's dangerous crossing the street. Remember to look both ways. Hey now. Yeah, good luck with all the important grown-up things I am sure you'll have to do when you're all out of here. Definitely. I'll give updates next time something exciting happens. Or something lame so I can vent about it. How nice. I'm gladly won't be forgetting the little people. Never ever. I'll keep in touch too.
Very nice.
Well, me and Randy aren't going far, so we can keep an eye on the town for the rest of ya. Nothing will get past us. Great. We'll make sure everything is okay. No need to worry at all.
Thanks.
That's kind of you. Miranda and Terry gave each other pleased smiles, already committing to their self-appointed task. Derek scratched the back of his head, wearing a pensive look. It's always sad when I have to leave this town. It happens too often. But at least there'll be people looking out for Sunset Bird. That makes me feel better about it. After a pause, Mr. Holden gave the younger folks a thumbs up.
Great.
That's all great. You've got a lot to be proud of, and a lot to be looking forward to. Well said, Cliff. I'm grateful that I've been privileged to witness the growth you've undergone over the years. You've each matured beautifully. Cove was touched by his parents' words and struggled to come up with something to follow. Yeah, it's been good seeing everyone. No one had taken a step yet, and you couldn't put this off any longer. It was time to say goodbye. Let's go with I'll see you again. And soon. They put her hands on her hips, and Miranda and Terry gave you a similar confident look.
Yeah.
Exactly. There's gotta be a free weekend somewhere. I know it won't be everyone, but some are better than none. A calming wave of tingles washed over you after seeing their reactions. You knew that it wouldn't have to be too long before someone made the trek out for a short visit. Afterwards, there was more sniffling and hugs. A lot of hugs. Then people started trailing out into the street, seeing others off. Your friends and family got into their cars and left the neighborhood. By the time things had fully settled, you realized that the sun had set. Earlier, you and Cove decided on having a car pick you both up. Neither of you wanted to bother your parents after such a long day. It would be a little while longer before it would be there, though. It was the right choice, as both sets of parents shot you weary looks. The four seemed ready to call it a night. It didn't take either you or Cove very long to assure them that it was okay to head home and go to bed. With one more round of goodnight and goodbyes, your family returned to the condos. Then the only people left on the street were you and Cove. Cove closed his eyes, humming happily. While he waited for it to pass, he stared up at the sky. The moment was comforting, but suddenly your face scrunched up, bemused. Something was wrong, something that made you feel somewhat empty. And then it dawned on you. Your wind chime wasn't here anymore. The feeling of the wind washed over the street the feeling of the wind washing over the street just wasn't right without that familiar tune. But you had taken it with you in the move. With a bittersweet smile, you knew that you'd be able to hear it again when you got home. Cove's hands were in his pockets, and his shoulders were relaxed when he caught your attention with a tilt of his head.
So...
Can you guess what I'm thinking? Well, at the moment you were in the neighborhood you grew up in, together with some time to spare. You rolled your shoulders back and pretended to crack a few of your knuckles. An amused look fidgeted on Cove's face while he observed you silently. Could you perhaps be thinking that the fireflies are out now?
Right.
Do you want to go to the Poppy Hill before we leave? Always. There was an eager bounce in your step as you and Cove crossed over towards the hill behind your mom's house. Side by side, you stared out at the view in awe. Yay, fireflies! As you imagined, the hill was dotted with glowing firefly light. It perfectly reflected the memories of childhood hid closely in your mind. Cove sighed contentedly, seeing them across the hill, weaving in around the blades of grass and the stars above. Eventually, Cove moved his attention back to you again. There was a dazzling brightness there in his expression that quickly morphed into something more mischievous. Want to catch one? He asked, raising a curious eyebrow, but then he didn't wait for you to respond. Cove bolted off after the first firefly that happened to dart past his nose. You laughed and watched him try to catch one instead. After a few minutes, Cove paused, staring at you. From where you stood, you weren't entirely sure about his expression, but you gave him a small wave. Aren't you gonna catch any? No, not tonight. I'm enjoying the show so far. Although, it's longer than I thought. Don't worry, I'll have a firefly before you can say sunset bird 5 times fast. The fireflies took Cove all around the hill, flitting in and around his fingertips. Every so often your heart would flutter watching the way Cove would stop and stare up wondrously at the twinkling bugs above him. The pursuit for fireflies continued until a handful had been caught. Cove crossed over to you with a bright grin that could rival every twinkling bug and star around you. Cupped between both his hands, Cove carefully held a firefly. The corners of his mouth twisted before a few giggles escaped him, and you knew that feeling well. The way the firefly would buzz around, tickling the palms of your hands. Cove's eyelids fluttered open, meeting yours. He watched you with a complicated mix of emotions, heavy with the weight of 15 years of history, of memories. It's really I can't talk. Okay. It's really a relief that I got to see the fireflies. This trip wouldn't have felt complete without it. Yeah, I think you're right. You spot another firefly lowering to your eye level before looping up to the top of Cove's head. It landed right on his hair and you smirked. What? You have a very tiny firefly hat. That was an adorable way to phrase that. I do? Before you could answer, the firefly took off and disappeared into the night. You gave it a tiny wave goodbye. Well, that didn't last very long. That's too bad. I'll remember them as my tiny hat forever. Me too. Taking a deep breath, Cove held your eye. He appeared to be conflicted about what he wanted to say next, and you waited for him to make his choice. It's so strange not to live here anymore. Most of my life, neither of us were ever really away from Sunset Bird. Well, unless one of us went on a trip somewhere. Or when both our families took trips together, remember that? He chuckled, losing himself to fond reminiscing. You couldn't help but match his grin. I like that road trip one a lot, though I don't think we all could squish into that RV again. We're way too big. Laughing, Cove shook his head, his brow creasing the longer he sat with the thoughts spinning in his brain. Those visits back then with my mom, I remember what a big deal I felt like then. To be away from here without anyone else coming for a whole few weeks. Oh, how little I knew. You were so innocent then. What did you use to tell your mom about me when you were on those trips to see her? Yeah, sure, we'll go with that. Feeling a little off kilter, Cove hadn't been expecting the question at all, both of his eyebrows raised, and a part you wondered if you had somehow spoken gibberish instead. Honestly, I've been wondering about it since I was 13. Kiara always kept the details to herself, and you never said a word either.
Well...
Cove couldn't meet your stare for a second longer. Bashfully, he turned away and his voice grew smaller. Mostly I just tell her about the times we'd hang out, but I know I was pretty enthusiastic when I was because, wow, try again. Mostly I just tell her about the times we'd hang out, but I know I was pretty enthusiastic when I was because you are someone really special to me. And I admitted that much to my mom. Not sure if I used the word crush exactly, but she knew that you were the highlight of my young life. And look at that, you still are. Aww. He delivered that final thought earnestly enough that you stopped breathing altogether. Cove beamed at you, pleased with his confession. Thank you. You're welcome. And thank you for being my friend. Aww. Thank you for being my forever story. That's so precious. Finally, Cove parted his hands and released the firefly back into the hill. It flew up around his face before darting away into the sky, but your gaze was fixated on him. There was a touch of wistfulness in his features as he watched the bug disappear into the night. It wasn't until Cove turned his attention back to you that his demeanor warmed. Okay, I'm ready to go now. Do we have to go? You asked Cove with pleading eyes. The smile on his face fell while he rubbed at his arm. I mean, our parents would probably be thrilled if we stuck around, but we really shouldn't. You're right, and I know you're right, but still. It's hard, and I'm just not ready yet. The corner of Cove's mouth pulled into a frown. You watch your shoulders slump with a sympathetic look.
Don't worry about it.
It's okay. We've done a pretty good job bookending things, I think. We've enjoyed this trip the best we could, right? He rubbed at his arm awkwardly, nervously waiting for your response. You sighed. Well, you do have a point. But it's still sad that we're leaving. I don't want today to end ever. We can always come back. Whenever you want to, we can try to make it work, I promise. Ko stood tall and studied you as his reassuring words sank in. You knew he meant every word, and you believed him wholeheartedly. Okay. With Cove right there along with you, you made your way down the hill. With the same stars above trailing the way, your last night in Sunset Bird was closing out. You were lost deep within a dream, adrift in the current of your unconscious mind. Cove was with you even there, his presence strong as your mind flitted from scene to scene, the logic of the conscious world melting around you. Something jolted you from your slumber, the vision you'd constructed slipping away, even as you scrambled to catch them. It had been a good dream. You opened your eyes to an unlit, unfamiliar ceiling. The darkness permeated the room so thoroughly that you were sure it was still the middle of the night. As your eyes adjusted to what little light there was to catch on to, a smiling face cozied itself right above you. There he was.
June!
Good morning, June. The grin was bright enough to make it seem like maybe the sun had risen after all. Wow, it's my dream come true, you say sarcastically. Please stop being a morning person. No. Oh, it's my dream come true, you cooed. Naturally, you weren't surprised to see him, but that didn't stop you from enjoying it every time. His expression softened at your voice, the tender affection in his gaze obvious despite the dim space. You pulled the covers over your head. No, you kissed him. Propping yourself up on your elbows, you leaned in towards him. Cove read the intent in your movement and bent down, meeting you halfway in a kiss. I'm guessing you woke me up for a reason. Are you ever gonna let me know? Well, this is our last day here. Everyone might still be asleep, but if we get up now, we can at least see the neighborhood. Do you want to? Of course.
All right.
Then he held out one of those hands to help you get up too. You held out both your arms wordlessly, asking him to lift you up. I mean, that's kind of cute, but we'll just take it. Cove's grip was strong as his fingers closed around yours. He pulled, tugging you up with ease. Before you could head out, you and Cove both needed to get dressed. You did so quietly. The strangeness of the hour meant that your bodies seemed less coordinated than usual. Each article of clothing a new puzzle, but you managed it. The two of you were eventually ready to head out into the wide world. Dawn still hadn't broken when you left the hotel, yet it was easy enough to get a ride down into Sunset Bird. The journey was peaceful. You might have expected sleep to attempt to claim you once again, with the sky still so dark, but Cove's excited energy was infectious. Morning was finally starting to come over Sunset Bird as you arrived, almost like the sun itself wanted to be there to welcome you. Cove turned towards you, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. One more summer beach trip? You laughed, nodding to reassure him. As if there was any alternative now that you were here, and he was looking at you so eagerly. Yeah, one more. You could have taken your time getting there, dawdling under the morning sun, or you could have taken a short walk at a regular pace. And both of those would have been just right for some other occasion, but this time, without either of you saying a word, you and Cove set off sprinting. The two of you tore gleefully down the street towards the beach, as excited and as ungainly as the kids you'd once been. You were laughing with joy at the absurdity of it all, being here at the break of dawn with a boy who you'd once discovered on the nearby hill who never completely grew up. As it was still early, you did your best to keep the noise down. To the side, you saw Cove covering his mouth to stifle his own giggles, similarly aware of the people sleeping in the condos around you. You thought of what the mean old not grandparents would have said if they could see you now. All you could do was continue running and stumbling down towards the beach, away from the residences and their sleeping occupants. It was only a few minutes before you arrived at the expansive ocean shore. Cove kicked off his shoes and strode right into the water, not stopping until his feet were entirely submerged and the waves tickled his ankles. You got into the water with him. After slipping your shoes off, you let the sea flow over you. It was cool against your skin, but not as cold as when the wave pulled back and your wet feet were exposed to the air again. The two of you stood there, watching as the sun continued to ascend over the horizon. Silence fell between you until finally dawn had fully broken. Even then, Cove spoke in a whisper.
Wow.
I can't believe it's over. I can't either. A ghost of a smile crept over Cove's face, like the sun peeking out between the clouds on an overcast day. Aw, you're so pretty. Cove reached out and enveloped your hand in his, pressing your palms tightly together. The silence returned just for a second. I'm glad we came this morning, and that we came on this whole visit back.
I'm so glad.
But more than anything, I'm glad for ending up in this town in the first place, where I got to grow up with a really nice neighbor. I wouldn't have wanted any other life. Aww. I'm most grateful for meeting you too. Cove looked over at you out of the corner of his eye, not turning his face away from the sea. His expression was full of affection, from the gentle curve of his smile to his clear, contented brow. There was a stark contrast to the tears rolling down his cheeks.
I love you.
I love you. You counted yourself lucky, even though you were leaving now. This place had gifted you with so much that you'd carried with you wherever life might take you. The memories you'd made, the lessons you'd learned, the people you build relationships with. You keep those pieces of your life in Sunset Bird forever. You stood with Cove, silently watching as bright rays swept away the last of the night's shadows until the day truly arrived. Your spirits were high as the sun rose ever higher in the sky. The two of you had found yourselves meandering back to the neighborhood street on sandy feet, strolling down the path just as you'd done thousands of times before. This was where it all started. You were compelled to look at the exact spot you first encountered Mr. Holden, sitting dejected on the curb. He wasn't like that anymore. Still, you couldn't forget the day it began, just as you couldn't believe what an adventure it led to. Things had never been the same since that moment, and you couldn't be happier for it. Your mental lingering on that meeting had turned physical, causing you to stop in your tracks. It was only when you heard Cove's voice calling your name that you remembered when you were, and realized what you'd done. And what a present it was. A shining sun, clear blue sky, and Cove James Holden by your side. All the most natural things in the world. So, what's the next step? You watched Cove expectantly, waiting for him to guide you forward from here. There was a crinkle around his eyes as he laughed. It's up to you now. Ooh, exciting. You're giving me too much power. Yeah, we'll go with you're giving me too much power. Aren't you worried about it going to my head? Cove smirked, shaking his head.
It's okay.
Don't worry about it. I'm listening, so go ahead. His eyes met yours, holding your gaze. I believe in you, June. No matter how much time might pass, there were some things that you could count on to be constant. Cove, your family, his family, and all your other loved ones being there for you when you needed it was one of those things, since the beginning and for always. Knowing they were there, and you would never be truly alone, made the future look all that much brighter. Want to find somewhere private to make out? Want to keep walking, go through town. Yeah, it would be kind of funny to see what his response to that is. Wanna grab something to eat. You know what? Honestly, we're gonna do this one. Wanna find somewhere private to make out. You were teasing him with that call, of course, but so much reminiscing about growing up had made you yearn for him. After all, Sunset Bird had given you Cove. You want to enjoy both of them together. Cove spluttered out a laugh. June. He covered his mouth with his hands, staring at you over them with wide eyes. So, you don't want to? He slowly lowered his hands, his gaze flickering shyly between you and the ground. No, that'd be perfect. Your days growing up in Sunset Bird had been so wonderful. Even the prospect of leaving again made your chest ache. Yet, you weren't going to let that stop you. It would be hard, but you knew that it would still be there, waiting whenever you want to return. Facing Cove, who'd been by your side through it all, you knew that one day you'd look back on these moments, now just as you fondly reminisced about your childhood growing up here. Each happy moment you experienced became only a memory of what used to be, but that was what life was, and it was okay. As it was far from the beginning and continued that way for always, life took another step forward. Aww, so good. I didn't actually read what that said. Thank you for beginning a life here. You can come back again always. The end. Aww, so good. Yay. Let's see what this says. Hello again, thank you so much for getting the Cove Wedding DLC. Because you're already married to Cove in this playthrough, you can choose to continue the story into the wedding planning events. You accept the framing that you were legally made before and only having the actual wedding now. That makes sense. If you want to imagine that the wedding already happened when you got married before step 2, these events won't make sense for your life. You can always, okay, save here and come back. Yes. I do want to play it, but I don't think we're gonna play it today. Yeah, I think I'm gonna save here. I was planning on finishing everything today, but I've been streaming for 5 hours. And I need food and to get out of my hot streaming room. So I think we're gonna have to end here, and then we'll play the wedding DLC next week. So it might be a short stream. I don't know how long it is. But yeah, I desperately need to go get food. So let me do this. So yeah, we're gonna end stream here. We'll play the wedding DLC next week. But yeah, thank you all for stopping by. I hope you enjoyed it. I absolutely adore this story so much. I know I sound like a complete broken record. I just can't get over how much I love this game. It's just so good and so beautiful. And I love it. Alright. And I need to get off my computer and go get food. So yeah, thank you all for stopping by. Today's Saturday, so I'll get my schedule for next week out at some point. It'll probably be the same as it was this week. Most likely, unless I change my mind before I make the schedule, but probably be the same as this week. But yeah, so that's all for me. I hope you have a great rest of your day and a great however long until I see you again. Until next time, bye-bye.